artificial intelligence for the human touch, what nursing is known for. It has already replaced our alarm clocks because we look at our mobiles. We have stopped looking at the calendar because we look at the calendar in our mobiles. Let's not replace the human value and make the best using the artificial intelligence for promoting quality care for our patients, excellence in nursing education, and a class full of management process in our hospitals. Thank you. And once again, welcome to each one of you to this 3 days of rich, nutritious, intellectual interaction. Thank you. Over to you, Deepa.
So that was a digital display of our theme for this international conference. I now call upon Dr. Shobha Gaikwad, Assistant Professor, LT College of Nursing, Secretary of Tarangan, and the coordinator of this international conference to introduce our chief guest for this evening. Madam Shobha Gaikwad, kindly unmute yourself, please.
Thank you, Deepa. It's my proud privilege to introduce to you our Vice Chancellor and Honorary Colonel, Madam Professor Shashikala Gulabrao Vanzara.
Yeah.
Madam has worked as Professor, Head of the Department of Education, Nagpur, Professor as in 2008. Madam has total experience out of which 14 years have been as BA teaching, 16 years of MA teaching, and total 17 years of research guidance. In all, Madam has 15 PhDs awarded under her. Madam has qualification of MSc, Biochemistry, MA English Literature, MA, PhD, and has also set under her. Madam has received Fellowship Award, Commonwealth Council of Educational Administration and Management from Canada. Madam has received various awards under her credits. To name a few, Dr. Anand Bhaskar Award of ICMO Nasik for her book on education in emerging society in 2008, Commander B.M. Bhandarkar Award 2017, Madam Marie Curie Mahila Vijnan Puraskar Award by Swadeshi Vignan Andolan Karnataka. Madam is a resource person on various UGC boards, that is in Aurangabad Central University, Amravati, and Saurashtra University. On the leadership capacity, we can see Madam has been as ex-vice chairperson on various banks of Maharashtra on Nagpur and has been on participated as a goodwill mission in Nepal also. Madam has various research papers published under her credit to almost around 42 papers. Madam has various expert talks. It was 160 around 5 years back. Now there are many more to Madam's credit. Madam has also delivered and is still on number of refreshers and orientation courses on various academic staff colleges in various universities in India. Madam has attended various international and national conferences and is also speakers and is chief guest also in various conferences all over the world. Madam has 2 patents under her and has number of patents now also under her and is under membership of various professional bodies. It is again my proud privilege as Madam is a woman with a great number of awards, and Madam is an open person, and as we tell, her door is always open to every woman in the university and a smiling person for every woman in the university. That is what we all know Madam as. So welcome, Madam, to the International Key Conference of LT College of Nursing.
Thank you.
We now have Ms. Kirti Jamdar, Assistant Professor, LT College of Nursing, to introduce our guest of honor for today, Ms. Rachel George, In Charge Registrar, Maharashtra Nursing Council.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to introduce Madam Rachel George, Deputy Registrar, Maharashtra Nursing Council. Madam has done her Masters of Science in Nursing, Bachelor's in Law. Madam has professional experience starting from staff nurse, OT nurse, clinical instructor, nurse educator, tutor at MGM College of Nursing, in charge registrar with MNC currently. Madam is associated with World Health Organization as an assessor for health science universities, development officer, nursing for Southeast Asia. Madam has participated and organized in various workshops. Madam is advisor to Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, assessor for Health Secretariat Indonesia, State Government of Maharashtra related nurses, member to the selection committee of the prestigious Florence Nightingale Award. We welcome you, ma'am, to this conference.
I now request our Honorable Chief Guest, Professor Shashikala Vanjari, Vice Chancellor, S.N.D.T Women's University, to present the keynote address. Ma'am, over to you.
Yeah. Thank you. Very good afternoon to one and all. Today's chief guest of honor, Madam Rachel George, our principal, Dr. Nancy Fernandez, coordinator, Dr. Shobha Gaikwad, other faculty members, all the alumni, delegates, and the participants across the globe. Now, at the beginning, I would extend warm and inclusive welcome to one and all. And at the same time, I would compliment Dr. Nancy Madam and her team for being organizing such a wonderful conference on a wonderful topic. Friends, we know that today's program is in the name of Tarangan. We know that the galaxy, and due to this particular title of the conference and under the Tarangan, definitely we would be inspired and we would be motivated to know something under the title Artificial Intelligence in Nursing, a hope, a promise. I would extend congratulations to all of you. We know that since March we are facing and we are witnessing the problems due to impact of COVID, and you know very well, due to this digital age, digital revolutions, digital research, digital outcome, we are able to meet virtually through this forum. We are in 2020 and long past the days back when we used to stand outside the library, outside the school, to get the opportunity to copy 2 or 3 encyclopedia pages or to refer one book. But nowadays, with this age having grown up with the benefit of access to technology at their fingertips, already Nancy has highlighted that point. It's a boon, and hopefully we understand that when we go through the papers, and what is very surprising data, artificial intelligence in the education market was worth US dollar 2.022 billion for the year 19. That is the outcome of this AI. The worldwide artificial intelligence in the education market is anticipated to be valued at USD 3.68 billion by 2023. This is the forecasting. And of course, 47% during the forecast period of 2018 till 2023. Artificial intelligence has already infiltrated our lives on an individual level. And by 2030, India will have the biggest number of youngsters in the globe, a size which will be a shelter in particular if these youngsters are sufficiently skilled to join the workforce. Now, with this finding, or rather we can say that prediction, what we can do, what we could do, particularly in nursing. Everywhere people are talking about the digitization and artificial intelligence, then the learning process, teaching learning process. When UGC has issued one circular of conducting classes through online mode, and we were so scared what will happen to the learners community. And surprisingly, and it's a pride to say that our LT nursing has conducted the Viva OC exam, practical exam through this mode. And how it is possible, how it could be done, or what is the fundamentals. Due to only this technology, we could achieve the objective of conducting their practical exam. And definitely it was very amazing. Even I witnessed 2-3 vivas practicals through this online mode, and I realized that if nursing practicals we could do, definitely the other things are very easy. Even with the remote, with the button, with the gadgets, we can send the satellite in the sky, or in the means that nanoscience and everything. Nanoscience is not related with this, but with all these science advancement, it is possible to overcome the problems. And artificial intelligence is being utilized for personalized learning for every students, with the work of the hyper personalization idea, which is empowered through machine learning. Then the artificial intelligence innovation is consolidated to plan a customized learning profile. Now this learning, we know that face-to-face learning is more beneficial for the outcome, or for the expected outcome. But in spite of that, and due to such kind of situation, when we are well versed with artificial intelligence, machine learning and everything, definitely we are very much sure to get the expected outcome of the teaching learning process. Friends, at such a juncture, or we are in transit, we are impacted with the COVID, and in such a transition period, LT nursing team is confident about the outcome of this international conference. And even I also very much sure that with the guidance of our today's guest of honor, Madam Rachel George, and the other experts and the prominent personalities, they are coming, they are joining this conference. I would expect that they will share their knowledge through this platform, through this international conference, and they will make use of everything which they have. And across the globe, we will spread the message that yes, there is a hope, and we are here to promise the community, yes, we will learn, we will equip with this concept of artificial intelligence and nursing. Definitely in nursing or in this health science, we would achieve the objective. I think with this words, definitely I would express thanks and gratitude towards Madam Rachel George, because she will be the inspiration for my girls, for my LT Nursing College, and they will get motivated. Thank you, Madam. On behalf of the university, I would express the sincere thanks, the gratitude towards you, and not only towards you, but towards all prominent speakers and guests and everyone who is with us. Thank you. Thank you very much. And not the last, but the least, Dr. Nancy Madam, I am also thankful to you for being invited me to inaugurate this conference by inviting me as a chief guest for today's international webinar. Thank you and all the best.
Thank you, madam, for the constant support and encouragement that you have shown towards us, and the recognition that you have expressed on this platform, and the trust that you have in LT College of Nursing. As we come to the end of this inaugural session, I invite Ms. Devita Nalawde, Assistant Professor, LT College of Nursing, to present the vote of thanks.
A very good afternoon to everyone. Respected dignitaries on the virtual dais, invited guests, our national, international speakers, head of various hospitals, colleges, delegates from Facebook, YouTube, and my dear friends. It is my proud privilege to propose the vote of thanks on behalf of Tarangan Alumni Association, Leelabai Thakursi College of Nursing, S.N.D.T Women's University. I want to express our gratitude to Honorable Chief Guest, Madam Professor Shashikala Vanzari, Vice Chancellor, S.N.D.T Women's University, who despite her busy schedule has found time to grace this occasion. We extend our gratitude to you, Madam. I'm grateful to Madam Rachel George for granting us credit points for this conference. I know that Madam is very busy. That's the reason Madam could join us. But yes, I extend our gratitude to you. We have been fortunate enough to have the support and guidance of Professor Vishnu Magre, Pro Vice Chancellor, S.N.D.T Women's University, and Dr. Deepak Deshpande, Registrar, S.N.D.T Women's University. We extend a heartfelt gratitude. We also express our sincere gratitude to Dr. Neelam Bansode, MNC Observer, for her presence. Our sincere gratitude to Sachi Gavai and her team for technology support. We are grateful to all the distinguished guests, special invitees, eminent speakers across the globe, all the heads from different hospitals and colleges for their presence. We also thank all the delegates who are watching this event live. I thank the members of media for their interest in covering the event and all good hearts who worked behind the screen. Last but not the least, I thank Almighty God for showering His blessing throughout the process. Once again, thank you, everyone. Now I request the audience to rise for the university song.
परिवार भारत घर हमारा है। स्वप्न ठाकर सी हुआ साकार है इसमें, महर्षि कर में तपस्या सार है इसमें। हम दिशाएं और ये दिनकर हमारा है। विश्व है परिवार भारत घर हमारा है। संस्कृता स्त्री पराशक्ति स्वर हमारा है। विश्व है परिवार भारत घर हमारा है। विश्व है परिवार भारत घर हमारा है।
So, wishing you all the very best for the next 3 days, and I'm sure you will enjoy the academic sessions blended with a bit of recreation. I now hand over to Dr. Shobha Gaikwad to take you ahead and share a few words from her side. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Again, welcoming everyone on this platform. We regret Miss Rachel George could not be with us on the platform due to some family commitment, but she has sent across an audio message for all of us. So we'll just play the audio message for all of us, and it is just 2 seconds. We'll hear the audio message, and then we'll continue with our further program. So, Sachi, are we ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Afternoon to all my dear nurses who are hearing me right now. At the outset, let me express my sincere appreciation for the honor I have been given by the organizers of S.N.D.T's LT College of Nursing today to address such a talented gathering of nurse professionals around the globe. This webinar is just not a webinar, as I've understood. It's such a beautiful time that all the alumni of LT College of Nursing, wherever you are, you're coming together virtually and sharing your experiences in whatever capacitance of job you are in. It's really nice to know that you are, you have been placed in such different places, but has made it today to be a part of this webinar organized by your mother institution. So, all like I would really say that that you deserve a round of applause for coming together and making this happen, because without you alumni this webinar wouldn't be a success. Also, I tender my apology for not being able to see you all virtually, as I have an important family emergency to attend to in the afternoon today. So kindly excuse for the inconvenience caused. So I would not waste much of your time. What do I think of artificial intelligence? The study of the way in which computers can be made to copy the way humans think. I emphasize on that word, copy. The purpose, what is the purpose of this artificial intelligence? It is to make computers more useful in solving problematic healthcare challenges, and by using computers we can interpret the data which is obtained by diagnosis, which is used in different technologies today. Artificial intelligence can help manage and analyze data, make decisions, and conduct conversations related to patient care. Now everybody, wherever I go for any gatherings, I go for any meetings, everyone, all the nurses who approach me keep saying, ma'am, we need to increase this, increase the status of nursing. We are nowhere counted today. We are not given that place what we deserve. Now who has to decide this status, or who has to decide where we have to stand in the profession? It's none other than we, I believe. But why are we not being able to reach that status what we have always dreamt of? It's all because we have just been doing our work manually or technically. We are just doing our work. We are so busy doing our work that we don't have time for anything else. We don't have time for even thinking of how to improve ourselves in the profession. So much burdened with all the aspects of patient care, recording, reporting, and I do not know. Whenever I see nurses, they don't have time for anything. There's absolutely no time. I do not know. 24 hours is less for a nurse. Now, this artificial intelligence, the topic of 3 days webinar, I think would put an insight into what and how can we be a part of this boom or this new technology and think for ourselves. But let me ask you one thing. Will artificial intelligence replace nurses someday? Because we have been hearing today about robotic surgeries, robots, and a lot of things coming up. So, will this artificial intelligence replace nurse someday? Never let this happen, my dear nurses. Nurses will learn to incorporate AI into our practice, but it will not replace the human factor. While automated and intelligent, AI and predictive analytics nevertheless require in tandem strong nursing judgment to make the proper decisions for enabling the right nurse to provide the right care at the right time for the right patient. Now, who decides this? It is the human factor. So, AI and this predictive analysis should go together. IHI's triple aim, like improvement of human interactions. What is the triple aim? Improving the health of educate population, enhancing the experience of care for individuals, and reducing the per capita cost of healthcare. These were the three triple aims. The three aims. Now it has turned into a quadruple aim. For many organizations today, the fourth aim is attaining joy in work. And for others, it is pursuing health equity, joy in work. How many of us nurses really can claim this, that we are achieving the quadruple aim, the fourth aim mainly, the joy in work? We have a long way to go, and I think we have already put the foot forward. This corona or this COVID-19 has really proved to us what and where we belong to. We have I can always say that what nurses I have seen, especially in Maharashtra, in Bombay, really they have gone out of their way. They have really dedicated without even thinking of what and how their families would be back home. Will they be infected or not? How will be they affected? Nothing. They were always there with their best foot forward. And I appreciate all my COVID warriors and those who we lost
Aisha,
during this fight with the COVID-19.
Aisha,
Nurses are the critical component of the transformation equation that can't be ignored. I hope these 3 days of brainstorming will put an insight into the knowledge and ideas of about how nursing science can address the postmodern technologic and the global world to come. The relationship is between empathy and artificial intelligence, my dear nurses. Empathy, which is the main quality of a healthcare provider or a nurse. Or rather, I call it empathetic intelligence. Stephen Hawking had said that development of full artificial intelligence could spell the end of human race. But if we consider AI as a tool and not a threat, then I guess AI can enable humans to focus on parts of their role that add the most value. We should not forget, artificial intelligence cannot be spelt without art, ART. AI needs human touch. Artificial intelligence needs human touch. And that can be provided only by you and me, my dear nurses. With this thought, I wish all success to S.N.D.T LT College of Nursing in carrying out the 3-day webinar. May you all be successful in all your future endeavors. All the best for your future. And I'm proud to be a nurse. Thank you.
I think very well said and well summed up. Okay, so before I move forward, this is a totally Tarangan platform. The conference is being conducted under Tarangan Alumni Association, though it is open for all the nurses around the globe. Alumni are an important, powerful asset. Asset, as we tell, the empowered and engaged network. Students, teachers, each one of us look up to them. They are both associative and professional in every way, and we look up to each and every one. We have before we start our program, we look up to all the blessings from all our old alumni, whoever is there around us, old, young. There were many blessings from all our alumni. Few of them have given the blessings to us in the form of messages. Let us go forward and look and read some of the messages which are being put forth in this pictograph chart.
Ms. Shobha, is it visible?
Yeah. Can we see the first one?
Yeah, one second. One second. Yeah.
I'm sure we start with the blessing of all our alumni. Many of us know some of them. Okay. So Madam Annama Prabhakaran, all the way from Chennai, has given us a blessing. Can we font size? Okay. So Madam yesterday had been with us. She has given us a message all the way returned from there. In fact, I think Madam must have joined us on the Zoom. So I have not checked whether Ma'am is there with us. So Ma'am's message is here. I'm sure all of you can read it. So we'll leave it here for 2 minutes. All of you can read the message. Ma'am was in college working from 1973-89. Ma'am, as many of us have been her students, either UG, PG. Okay, so Miss Alka, do you want to speak about Ma'am?
Alka, you need to unmute.
Miss Alka has to unmute. Or Miss Nancy, any one of you all can speak about Madam.
Yes. Now, am I audible now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. I can see she was excellent teacher. Though she did not like administration, she was very good at it. And I'm really very thankful to her for giving that message to us. Thank you, Shobha.
Okay. Second is Madam Mariam Matthews. Ma'am, again for Mariam Matthews.
Well, I think there may be other people also who may be wanting to talk, but Dr. Annama Prabhakar, Dr. Mariam Matthew, they were kind of, literally stalwarts of our college. They were the poles, we could depend on them. And they had long association with the college. And they are truly alumni of the college because they both did their PhD from this college, though they were graduates and postgraduates of CMC Vellore. Both of them did PhD at S.N.D.T University. And now both of them are down in South India. Thank you. Madam Eliama Joykuti, I think everybody knows her because it was a recent this thing. Maybe now somebody else can talk about her. Sudaya, Nancy, I can see them. So maybe they can talk about her.
Yeah, Alka, I think all of us cherished very fond memories of all our seniors, whether it's Madam Prabhakar, whether it's Madam Matthews and Mrs. Joykoti. I think I will never forget some of the humane qualities that each of them shared with all of us. They were definitely good teachers, but humane qualities integrating in our nursing practice. And I think all of us who have gone through their hands are still making sure that we do not lose our human component and remain grounded. And as you rightly said, we are the living images of what they created us.
I just would like to add, in addition to this, I think at this hour we should also remember Madam Prabhakar, Madam Naina Poddar and Dr. R.S. Poddar, who are no more with us.
Yes.
So we pay our homage to them.
Wait. You don't do anything. What do you do? Okay.
Miss Shobha, you are muted.
Our global friend, Miss Molly Sam, she's around with us here. So, Miss Alka, can you speak?
Yes, dear Molly, she is very much, again, a graduate of our college. Right now, I think she's in States.
She's here on the screen with us, ma'am.
She's here on the screen. Yes, I know, I can see her. But I mean, right now, physically, I think she's abroad. She has done a lot of good work for nursing, and especially she has started a journal for nursing, which I think it is the first nurse who has started this journal. And ever since she has started, I think there is no stoppage. Every time, every month, I think she asks the people to contribute to different articles to that. She does a lot of publicity for the nursing events. And all, I think, she tries to promote nursing activities through her journal as much as she can. Thank you, Molly, for all that what you have been doing for the profession.
Shobha, Madam Joykoti is available on the platform. Could we request her to speak a few words?
Shobha? Hey, Shobha?
Yeah, we can hear you, ma'am. We can hear you.
No, what I'm saying is I'm not able to speak now.
Yeah, ma'am will not speak.
I'm not able to.
Ma'am will speak.
No, ma'am,
later.
don't come on screen.
Ma'am will be.
Ma'am, please speak.
No, I'll tell you now. No.
Ma'am will speak with us later, Miss Nancy, in the next.
I think ma'am has sent a message.
He's gonna be.
Yeah, so we will read it. Yeah.
I'm not able to.
Okay.
You know my problem.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Yes. Good evening, madam. And I think you will be there to see the further progress of the.
Yes, I'm here.
Yes. Thank you, ma'am.
So we
Thank
start
you.
our blessings. We start our program with the blessing of Madam Joy Kuti, Miss Molly, our seniors who are here. Okay, and I hand over now because we are dot on 4. So I hand over to the moderators who are there, who are ready with us. So Miss Devita and Miss Chitra, are you ready? Okay, so
Yes.
we are waiting for the panel now. Okay, thank you.
Can we get a screen?
Hello.
We should not.
Till the time the moderators are ready, I think Sabin, can you take over?
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening to one and all. I welcome all the dignitaries, the esteemed guests, our speakers, audience on Facebook and YouTube Live for the 3 days international conference. It is now time for some fun and frolic. So I would like to start the cultural activities and we present Ms. Shambhavi Patil from 4th year BSc Nursing, who will be performing a pure classical song on the rag Maru Bihag. So we'll sit back and enjoy the song. Miss Sachi, we are waiting for the song by Miss Shambhavi Patil.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Sachi.
6.
Thank you, Shambhavi, for that refreshing performance. Now, I hand over to our moderators for the panel 1, Madam Chitra Sawant, Principal from Kokilaben Ambani College of Nursing, and Ms. Devita Nalavde, Assistant Professor, LT College of Nursing. Over to you, ma'am.
Am I audible? Am I audible now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes, Chitra. Okay. Yes, ma'am. Okay, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to one and all. I welcome all of you all to the first panel of International E-Conference on Artificial Intelligence in Nursing, A Hope, a Promise. It's a 3 days virtual conference organized by Tarangan Alumni Association of LT College of Nursing, S.N.D.T Women's University. The first panel is about basics of artificial intelligence, and it will be chaired by Madam Alka Kalambi. Madam Alka Kalambi is a Tarangan executive member. She is a graduate and postgraduate of LT College of Nursing, S.N.D.T Women's University. She has served the nursing profession for over 4 decades, that is approximately about 44 years. Madam is retired as the principal of LT College of Nursing, and post her retirement, for a short tenure of 18 months, she has worked as Deputy General Manager of Nursing in Staff Development Department of Kokilaben Dhirubhai Ambani Hospital. Madam is presently retired from active professional services, and she is an active executive member of Tarangan Alumni Association of LT College of Nursing. I welcome you, ma'am. The panel is going to be comprised of total 3 sessions. The first session would be Technology Here We Come. This session will be dealt by Madam Pearl Cruz. She is the Chief of Quality at Sir H.N. Reliance Foundation Hospital, and Madam is also a NABH assessor. Madam has completed her Masters of Nursing with the specialty of cardiovascular and thoracic nursing from S.N.D.T Women's University. Madam has past experiences as a Chief of Nursing at Gleneagles Global Hospital, Mumbai, and she has worked as Head of Nursing Quality at Wokat Hospital. Madam has been an assistant professor at LT College of Nursing, and she has also worked as ICU coordinator and staff nurse at Wokat Hospital in her initial period of career. To name few achievements and awards to her credit, Madam has completed Six Sigma Belt from American Quality of Society. She has presented papers at National Quality Conclave Delhi and ISCA London Conference and Tokyo Conference. Madam has also won various awards in Kimpro Convention. She was also awarded as first for standing in Masters of Nursing, and she has secured gold medal for the same. Madam was awarded as the Asia Hospital Management Award for QIP on pain management services. We welcome you, ma'am. The next session will be on artificial intelligence, myths and reality. This will be shared by 2 panelists, that is Ms. Sudhya Vinod Kumar and Dr. Meera Achrekar. Ms. Sudhya Vinod Kumar, she is a registered nurse at France. Madam has an experience of working as a Deputy Director Nursing at Dr. L.H. Hiranandani Hospital. She has worked as a lecturer in Leelabai Thakursi College of Nursing. She has worked as a senior staff at Dr. L.H. Hiranandani Hospital in her initial period of career. And Madam has also worked as a sister tutor and clinical instructor in Dr. Balabai Nanavati Hospital and Cardinal Gracious Memorial Hospital. We welcome you, Madam, for the session. The next personality who is going to share the same session is a very dynamic personality, that is Dr. Meera Achrekar. Madam is currently a Deputy Nursing Superintendent at Tata Memorial Center. She holds a master's degree in sociology. She has completed her certification in healthcare waste management and a professional diploma in clinical research. Madam's PhD research was on clinical communication skills of nurses. Madam has worked in various capacities through her career spanning 25 years. She holds an academic position of a professor at Homi Bhabha National Institute, a deemed university at Tata Memorial Hospital. Madam has been a coordinator of Actrix Cancer Awareness Program. Madam was a principal assessor with NABH. Madam is a secretary of TNAI Millennium City Branch. Madam is an external secretary of the Asian Oncology Nursing Society. Then Madam has various researches to her credit, So her research focus is on quality improvement in cancer care nursing, and she has presented papers at several national and international meetings and won prizes for the same. We welcome you, ma'am. Now I hand over the session to Madam Devita Nalaude for introduction of further panelists. Over to you, Devita.
Thank you, Chitra. Now we have another panelist. We have an eminent speaker, that is Miss Nancy Zakaria. She is going to discuss on the topic challenges in embracing newer learning. So the same topic is going to be shared by Miss Prajakta Hindrekar. Miss Nancy is a staff nurse at Broomfield Hospital, United Kingdom, and she is graduate and postgraduate from our own LT College of Nursing. She's a BSc Gold medalist. In MSc, she stood first in specialty and research and was awarded overall S.N.D.T Women's University, second rank in Masters. She has overall 9 years of experience in teaching as well as in the clinical area. She has published her thesis in Nursing Journal in 2014, and she also worked as a senior quality control nurse at Koitram Hospital, Indore. She also worked as a nurse educator at Fortis Hospital, and in the beginning of her career, she was working as a staff nurse at Saifi Hospital. She also worked as an assistant lecturer at LT College of Nursing. We welcome you, ma'am. We have another dynamic leader, Ms. Prajakta Hindrekar. She's a director nursing and chief experience officer, Beach Candy Hospital, and she has completed her master's in nursing in our own LT College of Nursing. She has completed postgraduate diploma in hospital administration. She has more than 26 years of experience in various cadres, playing various roles in India as well as USA. She also worked with global hospital groups as Chief of Nursing, Deputy Chief of Nursing, and Nursing Supervisor. She also worked as an assistant lecturer at LT College of Nursing. She worked in Maryland, USA as a charge nurse, preceptor, and register nurse. She was a preceptor for Johns Hopkins University, Baltimore, USA. She was also working as a teaching faculty and in-service education coordinator at Bombay Hospital and Research Center. In the beginning of her career, she was working as a staff nurse at PD Hinduja Hospital and Research Center. She also played a role of organizer and as a speaker in various workshops and conferences, and she has contributed in her books and journals. We welcome you, madam. Now I hand over the session to Madam Alka Kalambi, who is a chairperson for present panel 1. We hand over the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Devita, and thank you, Chitra, for such wonderful introduction for all my panelists and for myself.
Ma'am, please unmute yourself.
I'm sorry, I thought I had already unmuted myself. Anyway, after all this nice, warm inaugural session, which ended on a musical note, and then a lovely introduction of me and my panelists by Chitra and Devita, I again welcome all my friends, wishing them good morning, good afternoon, and good evening in whichever part they're attending this particular conference. I welcome you to this very unique 3 days international conference on artificial intelligence, a hope, a promise. This conference is indeed unique because what was once a traditional is now contemporary, not only in the form form of its application, but in the ways in which we all look at it. Nursing will always remain the central point. Rachel had that little fear that whether we will go away from it, but no, nursing will always remain the central point because it involves with human emotions. It deals with human touch. With a change in paradigm comes the addition of artificial intelligence, a technological advancement that would only supplement the progress of nursing care. I'm sure you all will agree with me. Over the next 3 days, researchers, scholars, administrators, and healthcare providers will put together their thoughts and will understand the importance of effect of artificial intelligence in providing nursing care in the most efficient and cost-effective manner that could be implemented both in clinical as well as an educational setup. With demographic change, yes, I agree, today we are a nation of youth, but in few years to come, we must understand that there is going to be a significant increase in the population of elderly people who will require additional healthcare facilities. Shortage of nurses is world over. Researchers also show that inadequate nurse-patient ratio would definitely increase morbidity and mortality. And it will also escalate a burnout experience by nurses. That's when the provision and utilization of artificial intelligence will surely help us. Let's remember that we all are here to learn, to share, to grow. Let me briefly highlight what artificial intelligence is and how it is used in healthcare. May I have a screen share, please? Yeah. Is that visible to all? Yes. So
I'm just to slide show if you can do it.
Okay. Is it okay? Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'll just share a few thoughts and what it is so that it's easier for us. See, we all know what the artificial intelligence is. The simulation of human intelligence in machines that are programmed to think like humans and to mimic human actions. So with this, there are certain applications of this artificial intelligence. We know that there is enormous data what we collect. There is personal data, professional data, there is social data, subjective data, objective data, and all sorts of things. And we need to incorporate all this data to really plan out the nursing actions. So managing this medical records and other data is one thing. It does repetitive tasks. We are all human beings after all. So doing repetitive tasks as efficiently as we did the first task and the n number of tasks, it is sometimes definitely not very possible. We may not do it with the same efficiency, same effectiveness. But when we use artificial intelligence, it can help us do repetitive jobs. It can plan out the treatment design as what I told you earlier, that when we incorporate the data, it lines out the treatment for us, or it suggests the treatments. Ultimately, it is we who decide. Digital consultation, it can give, works as virtual nurses, medical management, especially for the drug calculation, which is very important. The advantages of these machines are it retains information. The information never gets lost. The information is never faded. Information is never that I don't know where that is gone. There is no paper, there is nothing. It becomes smarter over time because the more information we give, the better algorithms we set, it becomes smarter. Not susceptible to sleep deprivation, distraction, information overload. Otherwise, all these are problems with the human. Does highly repetitive tasks, which I have already mentioned, enables to deliver care faster and more accurate. It is the fast is not, that is not just a speed, but in addition to being fast, it is accurate. Accuracy is very important in our profession, as we all know. Has up-to-date medical information because it is been fed repeatedly, 24/7 experts, increase patient safety, as because when we get all these things, definitely there is human patient safety and definitely huge cost saving. Now, artificial intelligence, we know how it works. I told you that it is a human intelligence which is programmed in a machine, and then we set certain algorithms. These algorithms are nothing else but rules or instructions which are to be followed. Now, there are categories of artificial intelligence. It may be a weak artificial intelligence or strong artificial intelligence. Weak merely stimulates human cognition. Strong artificial intelligence, more complex, complicated system. Human cognition, carry on the task more like human. That's why decision making and all that becomes very easy for us. It is programmed to handle situations which require problem solving, ability to reason, solve puzzles, make judgment, plan, learn, and communicate. So all these things are possible with the use of artificial intelligence and at a very low cost. Different types of robots, which you may have also heard. There is Buddy, which is a family companion robot. Little Sophia, companion for kids. Lynx, again, home companion. Michael, for kids, which understands emotions. Paro, it has 5 types of sensors, that is tactile, light, auditory, temperature, and posture. Pepper, tug robots, these are, it is programmed to understand human emotions. Tug robo does the transportation, delivers the things in the hospitals. Different continuation of these robots. There is Professor Einstein. As we all know, Einstein was a scientist, so it teaches science. Da Vinci, many of us are familiar with it because it helps in improving the precision and accuracy at various surgeries. Cody, robotic nurse, which gives sponge baths. Now, if the nurse has to give 3-4 sponge baths in a day, you can understand that while giving the first sponge bath, she must be very energetic, very enthusiastic, and so on. But when she comes to the 3rd or 4th, you can imagine what state she would be in. Whereas if you have Cody, right from first to the end number of patients, it would give with the same accuracy and so same precision. Vboot, it is said that 83% of accuracy in selecting best vein. Tug robo, Swiss log robo, and Reba, all these things, all these 3 types of robots, they help in the transportation and delivery tasks, transportation of medicines, transportation of specimens, transportation of patients, and so on. Now, after knowing that what are the different types of robots which are available, let's see what are the sophisticated AI machines which are available today. There is Google DeepMind Health, which identifies and prevents deteriorating patients. It takes the stock and says that which patient is deteriorating, which patient needs to be shifted to the ICU, which patient can be taken out from the ICU, and so it notifies staff necessary tasks to be carried out. As we always say, the right person for the right job to do the right thing. So it notifies that which staff should do and what work to be carried out. Then there is a sophisticated AI. It is the IBM Watson Paths. Can I just focus on it? I can't read it, but I'm sure that you can, because it applies it. It can read the patient's record, and it is a useful advice. It gives you useful advice to medical staff and nurses. sophisticated AI machines, which is a care score. It combines clinical, socio-economical, demographic, and behavioral data. We know that we collect all this data. Now that all that data needs to be incorporated in a proper way to line out a proper treatment, proper nursing care for our patients. So it creates a holistic picture of patients that doctors and nurses can use to provide better preventive care. Now, when we have all these things possible, I'm sure all of you will definitely say that artificial intelligence could make the world a better place with all the problems of shortage, increased number of patients, low nurse patient ratio. In all this scenario, I'm sure that all of us will agree that artificial intelligence could make the world a better place. With this, I now invite my first panelist, Mrs. Pearl Cruz, to talk on technology. Here we come. So over to Pearl. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Right, so I think I have a very short talk to do because Alka ma'am has already told so much about technology. Here we come, right? This is something probably we as nurses, when we look at our kids, for those who have kids, they're the ones who are teaching us a lot of AI nowadays as far as the gadgets are concerned. And then we realize when small kids can do all these things, why not professionals like us? And we have been handling complicated machines, all the time, like the ventilator, like the IVP machines. Then how difficult is it to handle all these things and allow AI to take some work that we do and allow us to focus primarily on what we do, that is nursing care. So just give me a minute while I share my screen. Ma'am, you might have to unshare your screen before I share mine.
Sorry.
That's all right, ma'am. Thank you. All right, then. Okay. All right. So the new buzzword in town is, of course, artificial intelligence. And it's all across the globe. And it's catching up very high and mighty in India also. And thanks to COVID, a lot of hospitals allowed this artificial intelligence to take over into this fraternity of nursing. Now, just before we get into, how AI can be valuable in nursing, let's just take some cues of how AI works in our day-to-day life. A lot of us have got hooked on to things like Netflix and Amazon and a lot of shopping apps. Again, thanks to COVID, we did a lot of shopping on, on these apps. So what basically happens in everyday life in AI, if you look at this particular thing over here, because you watch some movie, the Netflix gives you a pop-up of maybe you will like this particular movie, A Bug's Love, or maybe you will love this, The Human Centipede. So what exactly, are they doing? This is nothing but artificial intelligence. So they are basically looking at your the choice of things that you're putting online. All those things are taken together, and then they give you suggestion based on that. This is purely mathematical, okay? It's a pure math algorithm where they look, of course, when it comes to artificial intelligence, it's artificial. It can't be as intelligent as human being, correct? Nobody can overtake human beings when it comes to intelligence. So artificial intelligence basically looks at all those data points they're putting in. Mind you, everything that you do in this small mobile of yours or in this laptop of yours, everything is mapped, okay? So there is no more confidentiality in what you do. Even if you go in incognito mode, it is captured somewhere, all right? Disclaimer to everyone, okay? So when you do anything, all those data points are gathered and then you are given some kind of suggestions, some kind of recommendations. This is what happens in everyday life. Let me give you one more example. When it comes to your credit card, when you swipe your credit card and the credit card machine then accepts, it's basically a few seconds, but whatever you swipe goes back into a system. There is a quick check done and then they detect whether, so say for example, you're a person who spends about 10 to 20,000 per month on your credit card. But suddenly, if there is a 50,000 that you spend, you must have experienced your bank calls you up and asks you, ma'am, did you shop for such a big amount? Now, what happens is it has mapped your patterns all the time. And suddenly, when they see that there is a shift in your pattern, it recognizes that something has gone amiss and it calls up and checks with you whether have you done what you're supposed to do or has somebody else used your card. So these are small things of artificial intelligence which happen in day-to-day life. Now, do we really need it in nursing? Yes, I would say yes. And I'm sure this is what the 3 days of international conference is going to convince you and tell you that yes, we need artificial intelligence. It's not going to take away what we do as nurses. It's not going to take away our forte and our human touch, our therapeutic touch, or the way we talk, or the way we take care of our patients, the kindness, the compassion, all those elements. What it's going to probably do is just take those complicated tasks which we have to do manually, use our brains a lot in that, and it's just going to bring out and give you it in a very structured manner. So yes, we need it in nursing. And why do we need it? Because we know that clinical information is very vast, very complex, differs from one patient to another patient, right? We all know, we have been bedside nurses. We know what suits my one patient in my nursing care plan is not going to suit another patient. I need to have a different care plan for my patient. So if your treatment of a doctor is similar for every patient, your nursing care is never similar. That makes nursing itself very complex. It requires a very refined skill set for practical application in our patient care. Nursing is that way a nice, a noble, but a complicated profession. And there is continual demand for real-time analysis, right? And there is huge volume of clinical information that is collected. Every time I look at my patient, if I'm an ICU nurse, every 5 minutes, my cardiac monitor keeps on giving me different kind of values on that. And I am supposed to provide my care based on that. At one moment, if it's giving me a proper sinus rhythm on my patient's cardiac monitor, the very next moment it gives me VTAC, I'm supposed to get into action, grab my cash card, call for a code blue, and start my whole CPR, right? So, and that is the international standards tell you all this action has to start within 3 minutes. So I have just 3 minutes to go and do all these things. So there is continual demand for a real-time analysis that happens. And of course, artificial intelligence is now become a very new standard in nursing care, and we need to follow what is new, right? It offers a very promising road, and we have seen our counterparts, the more advanced and developed countries, using it for the advantage of nursing. And I think those who are still not into the race for artificial intelligence should really go ahead and see what exactly it has to offer. Now, putting all this together, what does it mean? If I have to really define it, it's a broad category of emerging technologies. Yes, it is emerging overall, which aims to investigate, to synthesize, to learn, to take action and deduce the intelligence from all the clinical systems that you're using for the patient and all the information sources that you're using for the patient. The lab data of my patient, what all scores that I'm entering in the system for my patient, my ventilators, what kind of values is it giving, my breathing pattern of the patient. All that information is put together, and then it deduces all that intelligence and puts it across to you in a structured form. Now, how is it going to help our nursing fraternity? Now, these are just 4 points I have put, which I felt were quite relevant, but I bet you there are many advantages in which it helps nursing fraternity. Number one, it augments the existing clinical intelligence. Yes, anything that's going to augment is definitely going to be good, because when I have my own intelligence put in, but there can be, we are humans after all, right? There can be things which can go missing. There can be things which I could not recollect because of the stress level that I have. So this particular thing helps me augment my existing intelligence. The next thing it does is development of data-driven sources. Now, when I say development of data-driven sources is basically from wherever, like I said, everything that you put in the system, you're entering a data, is going to get captured somewhere. And we know a lot of hospitals nowadays are EMR driven. A lot of hospitals are going the digital mode. And why are they doing so? Because the manual intervention becomes less. So once upon a time, if my nurse was probably, in the big flowchart of hers, writing down manually each value of temperature, pulse, BP, ventilator settings, now it all comes together on one form for me automatically in the sheet which is there in my electronic medical record. The next, what it does, of course, when you don't have to spend time in writing. So what happens is you save a little time on that. And how do I utilize that? Of course, in nursing care of my patients. So it is going to save time on variety of tasks and provide more time for patient care for me. The next thing it does is optimize patient and nurse satisfaction in transforming the healthcare landscape. So this is just basically an outcome of everything that AI can do for us. Now, when it comes to application in AI, let me give you a couple of examples, which I took from various sources. One of them was from Cleveland Clinic. So these are a few things that they talk about application of AI in nursing. One thing is visual recognition. I remember once upon a time as a staff nurse, my patient had pressure sore. I used to ask my patient, click a picture of it, show it in my mobile, and while I hand over, used to show it to my next nurse, look, the pressure sore is so much. And let's look after a few days of care, how does it go down? Now, this particular manual intervention that I did is nothing which is visual recognition, but only thing here what happens is the machine takes over, it computes those images, and then it tells me whether things are going to be okay with my patient and what exactly am I supposed to do for my pressure sore from this grade to reduce to so-and-so grade. It will give me cues based on those things. Another example is it also monitors patient's breathing patterns, the way the chest is moving, the way the graphs are forming based on, and from that, the patterns are picked up and it gives me recommendation based on that. The other thing that I also learned was voice assistance. Now, basically, we know now when we go into Google, I don't have to type things, right? Sometimes I just have to say, Google, can you show me images of so-and-so? And Google says, okay, and it gives me, we know Alexa, right? There are so many gadgets nowadays today in town, which talks about voice assistance. So the same thing can happen probably in nursing. I can just go to, can name a nice name for a nurse, and you can just say to that voice assistant, can you show me the information on this particular SOP of nursing? So now if I have to go and type in my intranet and check a particular policy, it will take me 10 minutes, probably 5 minutes or 10 minutes. But when I talk to my voice assistant, saying, can you just pull out the policy on, say, fall assessment, and pop, it comes out. And within few minutes, I can see if I've forgotten something in my policy, I can implement it immediately because it's telling me immediately what is supposed to be done. So that's one way of voice assistance. The next thing is about machine learning. So machine learning is nothing but whatever you put in the machine is basically processed into information. It uses complex algorithms, and then it gives you recommendations based on all the algorithms that we have set in. Now, let me sort of give you an example. Let's say, for example, I have got a patient who is at risk of fall. Now, based on his fall score, my policy or my organization has made a particular algorithm. So if my patient falls in probably a low risk category, these are 5 steps I need to implement. If my patient comes in moderate category, these are 2-3 steps that I need to implement. And if my patient comes in high risk, these are things that I need to do for my patient. Now, what happens is when I put a fall risk score for my patient, the machine immediately pops up and tells me, patient is in high risk category, you need to implement those things. Going further, I also need to tick and say, I have done these things. And the machine says, great, you have done a good job. Now you go ahead and monitor the fall risk frequently. So this is machine learning, which a flowchart which you have provided to the computer now comes in reality in front of you. Right. The next thing is, so there are certain systems which also helps you to sort of solve certain complex problems as well. Now, one example which I give you about falls is one of the examples. Apart from that, a lot of hospitals, let me give you another example. A lot of hospitals monitor readmission rates, right? Now, many hospitals world over have put a particular algorithm in place to predict. It's a predictive score. Which patient of yours, based on the past data that you've entered in the system, which patient of yours might have a chance to get readmitted? Okay. And if you do these XYZ things, maybe the patient will not get readmitted. So these are few experts, complex problems which can be solved easily because of AI. The final thing is virtual. There are many other things, but these five are just the primary things that I could think about and I could garner from various sources. Virtual reality is basically a computer-generated image or an experience which is real like, right? Which is not real, but it's real like, that's virtual, right? Now here, while we are sitting and talking to each other and talking about AI in front of you, although we are not physically present, but we are virtually present. This is virtual reality, one example. So I also Googled up a couple of things and I found out that you have this particular, there was a nice video where a particular patient was given a module where a nurse pops in and talks to this particular patient and tells him, how was your day? Are you fine? All right. Now, as a part of your everyday care, you need to take your BP apparatus, and you need to connect it in so and so manner. And you need to tell what your blood pressure is. If it's fine, sir, you're going to be having a nice day. If it's not, then you need to take your medicines. So this is basically a nurse there, physically, not present physically, or rather virtually on your screen, talking to the patient and supporting the patient in his daily care. So that's another example of AI that can be applied in nursing. As we go through this conference, you will see a lot of experts from India, from across the world, talking about how AI has been applied in their own hospitals. Now, yes, if we want AI in our own hospital, it's not very easy. You need to prepare for it, right? You need to know what you require for it. So first thing is you need to have a proper EMR where you are inputting data, because unless you input, there is not going to be output. When you input the data, there has to be some module which analyzes all this data. And mind you, when it comes to electronic media, you need to have a lot of security safeguards, because you must have recently heard about a lot of data pilferage that happens. People break into and hack into your data and take all the data away from you. So you need to have safeguards, which is very, very essential. You need to have a lot of data governance across all these things. After you have all that, that's when you go ahead and educate your staff about the importance of this entire AI, and then go and introduce the initiatives. So just don't be in a hurry to implement things. Ensure that you have all safeguards in place when you put AI into practice. Once you're thorough, once you have piloted out, that's when you need to introduce AI in your systems. So a few closing thoughts from my end. We know that it's a potential, it's seen as a very potential solution for handling complex medical data. But 15 to 20% of end users are using currently to bring a change in delivery of patient care. So let us, through this conference, gain a lot of knowledge, be the people who take first steps into AI if we haven't yet in our hospital, and let us be the change that we want to see in the world. So thank you very much for a patient listening. Ma'am, over to you.
Thank you, Pearl, for Thank you, Pearl, for such a wonderful explanation about what the AI is. You gave very good examples for the people to understand it really well. And you have, I think by the end of it, you have convinced people that yes, AI is needed and it is going to make the life of nurses very easy. And it is, of course, the use of it is going to definitely benefit our profession. Now, definitely when we think about certain things to be used, certain new things to become, because we know that change is something which is constant, but at the same time, the change is something where the people are resistant to. So definitely there are certain myths about it. I think it's the time for us, when we are thinking of going ahead to put this into artificial intelligence in our day-to-day life, using that. I think we should be familiar with what are the myths about it and what are the realities to it. So now I call upon Sudhaya to tell us something about, what are the myths with regards to this, and What are the realities? So over to Sudhaya, please.
Thank you, ma'am. And I would definitely like to even thank Pearl for giving such a good introduction to the entire topic of artificial intelligence. I hope everybody can listen and hear my talk. Hello?
Yes, Sudhaya, we can.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. And I would like to wish everyone a good 3 days of conference. As Alka ma'am rightly said that I'll be given the topic of dealing with what are the myths and what is the reality, because Pearl has very rightly said that it is a new technology, and any new thing that comes to any profession, there is always a resistance for people to change towards the new technology, because we are not clear whether it is going to help the profession at large. So we have to be ready to accept this technology and understand that how is it going to benefit the nursing profession at large, not only in the nursing profession, but nursing education as well as the management, which becomes a whole package of the nursing jargon. So I'll quickly go to sharing my screen on the topic of myths versus reality. Yes. So, but as I said, the task given to me is to share about the myths and reality of artificial intelligence. Now, Pearl has already given the basics of what artificial intelligence is. It is basically you are making the computer to learn, to reason, to perceive, to infer, to communicate, and make decisions which would benefit in a better patient outcome. You are ensuring that the patient is much more ensures that there is safety in the practices that you do for the patient, as well as there are two more aspects that come under artificial intelligence, that is machine learning and deep learning. Now, what does machine learning mean? As Pearl very rightly said, that it is mathematical algorithms on decisions which have been taken. Now, artificial intelligence is something that one person's human, it is not the intelligence of one human being. It is a collective intelligence of many more information and data that is collated and then gives the input. So similarly, machine learning gathers these data from various aspects of your patient care, like rightly as Pearl said, the lab investigations, the radiological investigations, the nursing assessment that the nurse does on the patients and comes out with an inference that what are the underlying nursing problems that this patient is going to have. And this helps in delivering and making a nursing care plan for this patient, which is more comprehensive. And you are able to evaluate the patient's outcome based on the tools which are given in the form of machine learning. Now, what is the difference between machine learning and deep learning is that when a machine learns, there are various data which is categorized into the laboratory investigations, the radiological investigation, the nursing assessment, and then we come to the diagnosis of the patient. Whereas deep learning automatically gives you the final decision that this is, because it is like a brain, a human brain. Like if you see a person hurling a ball at you, and automatic response of the human being is to close your eyes. So in deep learning, there is a response which comes to you that this is what is the problem in the patient. You don't need, it is automatically, it is collated by the system itself, and it gives you that this is the problem that is there in this patient. For example, if it is an ECG, the ECG will read the various the algorithm as well as, and gives the decision that this is the problem that the patient has, this is the arrhythmia, and the report comes that this person is having this kind of an arrhythmia in this patient. So you are able to do the management as fast as possible, and you are able to give the treatment to the patient. So now next we go to is the first myth is artificial intelligence a threat to human jobs? Like in the previous forum, which was told by Madam Rachel, that, as I said, we as nurses, everybody who speaks, it is not ever going to replace a human being, especially because we are emotionally empathetic towards our patient, and there is an emotional involvement. There is a the senses of the person is involved in dealing with patient care. So that's why, as such, and artificial intelligence is never going to be a threat to the nurse's job, whereas the nurse would be given the nurse's job is going to evolve, and there are much more dynamic activities which the nurse will be involved in, whereas you'll be interpreting and giving a much more and much more quicker nursing interventions. The second myth that comes across is artificial intelligence more intelligent than human? Definitely. It does give more inputs because it is collating data from various sources, but ultimately it is the nurse who is going to implement, who is there at the patient's bedside, who is going to assess these parameters and going to do the care or implement the care in the patient. So it is always the last word is always the nurse, and uh, it could never replace a human intelligence over the computer intelligence which is given. It gives inputs, but it is ultimately the nurse who takes the call, whether, or the doctor who takes the call, whether the treatment which has been advised by, is it going to help our patients in the outcome. The next thing is, which the myth is, that artificial intelligence is only for bigger problems. I very rightly put over here, there are no big problems, there are just a lot of little problems. So it is for the smallest of problem which we start with, then we move on to the complex problems of dealing in healthcare. So we start with, there are tools which are available in nursing for assessment of our patients, and this assessment delivers the nursing care plan, which it is based on the diagnosis that we derive from the it is and as you know, nursing is a comprehensive management. So you are not only looking at algorithms and the patient parameters, but you're also looking at the patient physically, you're observing the patient physically, and you are able to come to the diagnosis of the patient. So we start with the smaller problems and then move on to the bigger problems, like with whether this patient is whether how is it going to benefit, or how are we going to deal with data, and how much of research can be done, how is the patient management going to improve, and how long will the patient be staying in the hospital. So we start with a smaller issue and then we move on to bigger issues. The next myth is that, is artificial intelligence going to replace or make medical decisions, and that is the final decision, that is it's the computer is going to give the decision? No, never. That's why I've put the image of the touch of a person, touch of an individual, where the decision always comes down to the nurse, the doctor, and the multidisciplinary team which is involved. Definitely, it helps in giving the decisions. It helps in giving that these are the things which can be done. But the best decision, it always comes from the person, because it is much more human interaction which is needed in the actual scenario of nursing. Now, the biggest thing about artificial intelligence, it is based on data. There's a whole lot of data which is to be collated, a whole lot of algorithms as it has to be mapped. And then, so you have to, whether can you trust artificial intelligence? Yes. Why? Because it is, as Pearl rightly said, that it is real time. The data is real time. You cannot go back and delete the data. The data is there, and you are able to you can trust the information which is given in in the spreadsheet that comes in front of you, in the monitor that comes in front of you, that you get a view of the patient's progress throughout the day. How much was the temperature, how much was the pulse, how much was the patient's urine output, what is the condition of the patient's, is this patient at a risk of fall, is this patient at a risk of developing a pressure sore. So that data is completely in front of you. So because you have the data in front of you, you are able to take decisions for you, the patient. So definitely artificial intelligence helps in building trust. There is no there is nothing in the tool. If at all the tool is proven that it is good for your patient, definitely it benefits in the long run and ensures patient safety. Now this is one of the thing that I have put forward. This is an example of a tool which is being used by the New Haven Hospital, Yale New Haven Hospital in the US. And this index, which is called as the Rothman's index, has calculated using EMR data associated with 26 variables, including 11 nursing assessment metrics displayed in a graph. And how is it being used? It is used in identifying sick patients who need urgent attention, for example, transfers to the ICU. It is help in identifying the healthiest patients in the ICU and maybe ready for transition to be shifted to the step down unit, identifying patients who aren't improving, who may benefit from palliation. These are the parameters which is used in this tool, which is the vital signs. You have the head to foot nursing assessment of the patient. You have the risk assessment scores. You have the lab investigations. You have the cardiac rhythm. So these data is compiled for your patients which are there in the ICU. And for each patient in the ICU, at the end of the day, you are able to understand whether this patient is, as I said, is this patient identified which requires an urgent attention? Is this patient fit to be shifted out from the ICU, or does this patient require any sort of management which would ease the problems of the patient? So as I said,
can you please,
yes ma'am,
can you please finish it fast?
Yes, I'm just, this is the last slide. So as I said, the Yale Nurses Health Hospital, the nurse SWAT team uses the Rothmans to identify at-risk patients. And what they found was that the SWAT nurses describe themselves as a second set of eyes, and the data is used to generate an index and derived from routine nursing documentation. The timely inputs of the nursing input assessment data was critical for the calculation and value of the index scores, because the index updates in real time from the EMR. So it is the EMR which gives you the data, and the nurses have to give the inputs of the patient in real time. So it is very, very important that it has to be transparent and it has to be trustworthy, that the nurses enter as and when the nurse does her assessment, it is fed into the system and it is captured and helps in the better outcome of the patient. So as such, though AI is a technology which is much more new, but it definitely helps in augmenting the role of the nurse. Better challenges, the nurse evolves and becomes a much more fruitful person in her profession. So I would suggest that though it is a relatively new technology, it is going to be the future of nursing someday. So with this, I would like to end my session. Thanks a lot. Thanks for for S.N.D.T and the Tarangan and my alumni to select me as a speaker, and I was able to give my inputs on this topic. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Suraya.
Thanks, ma'am.
Listing out this number of myths.
Yes.
That's not all. Request Madam Meera Achrekar to speak on the same thing, that is myths and reality. So over to Meera. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Alka ma'am. Thank you, Shobha and the Tarangan team, LT College of Nursing, for inviting me for this wonderful session. Most recent, most talked about the current trend in nursing. So thank you so much. I would like to share my screen now. Is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am, it is visible.
Is my screen visible?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so
Yes,
much. Yes, thank you. Okay. So a little from my side on what is artificial intelligence. It is use of computer to model intelligent behavior with minimal human intervention. The best thing is it is capable of problem solving and learning like a human brain. The advantage is not susceptible to sleep deprivation, distraction, information overload, and short term memory loss, which we as nurses most of the time face. Artificial intelligence is a relatively new concept in healthcare, especially in the Indian scenario and in nursing practice. Artificial intelligence is often described as the new electricity. Just as the invention of electricity transformed the way we live, the way we work, the way we play, artificial intelligence is poised to transform the world we live in. Now let us look at the myths and realities. Myths versus the realities. Actually, Pearl and Sudaya has covered up most of the topics or the myths. I will touch on quickly few of the remaining things or things which I thought was important. So the first myth is hospitals don't need an AI strategy. It's easy to believe that hospitals don't need AI as they have doctors and nurses to identify issues related to patient care. We are all used to ourselves, the healthcare professionals, trying to identify what are the issues in healthcare or the patient issues. And we feel that AI is not important or we don't require an AI. But the reality is, oh, yes, we do. We do need AI. Over the next decades, there will be no healthcare organization that is going to completely avoid being touched by artificial intelligence. It is a risky proposition not to have an AI plan because competition will certainly be there and they will be able to respond to market changes much quicker. Very important is the mindset of nurses. None of us like to have a change, but it is important the mindset of nurses must be open to growth. Nurses must be prepared to learn new ways to harvest and utilize patient data. The second myth is artificial intelligence will deliver magical results immediately. It is often believed that implementing artificial intelligence will immediately solve all the problems in its reach. The reality is, AI is not magic. It requires rigor, logical thinking, and long term strategy with the patience to do multiple iterations to get to the results. The path to AI success is hard and takes time. A strategic framework and an iterative approach, if done well, then the AI implemented will be more robust eventually as more data is fed into it. Thus, for accurate results cannot be expected at the beginning, and the machine will need to be trained continuously. The next myth is AI will replace human jobs. Most of the times, management, the top management, they look at AI solutions to replace human and reduce the operational cost, creating a sense of fear among the employees. Now, this is not the reality. The reality is artificial intelligence and human need each other. AI is most valuable when it augments people's capacities. It can remove duplicate work, freeing people up for more strategic activities. There are so many non nursing activities that we do which can be delegated to the artificial intelligence. AI will never replace nurses. Nurses will learn to incorporate AI into their practice. Only the nurses can provide hands-on patient care. So therefore, artificial intelligence and human need each other. The next myth is artificial intelligence will conquer humanity. With growing use of artificial intelligence in different sectors, people have started fearing that machines will take over their jobs, and eventually this will lead to friction between human and machines. The reality is, machines are powerless to imagine similar to people and will barely be taught to do so. Can you imagine if a patient is crying, unless there is some data given to the robot, to the different machines that are available, they will not be able to detect the human emotions. So when a patient is emotional, the non-verbal cues, this cannot be understood by the machines. It requires a human touch. It requires a nurse's touch. The next myth is AI can process any data. Now, this also, we have heard speakers Sudhaya and even Pearl talking about it. AI can process any data. Cognitive AI technologies are able to understand and solve new problems the way the human brain can. The reality is, unlike humans, computers are not sentient and cannot be completely independent. It is not possible for algorithms to make decisions without human intervention. It requires a specific piece of data to get impeccable results. There are different algorithms that are implemented for different tasks, and the machine will learn and perform over time. So I remember going to one of the hospitals in India, in Bombay itself, and all the data is directly caught onto the computer. It makes life so easy for the nurses. She doesn't have to stand there and see what is the vital parameters, what she needs to look at the patient. It is important. You cannot rely on the data or the computer or the machine, but then that will help her or simplify the work that she does. So it is not possible for algorithms to make decisions without human intervention. It requires a specific data to get the impeccable results, and different algorithms can be used for different tasks. So this is very important for data collection from the patients. Then the next myth is artificial intelligence cannot be used for critical decision making. Since it is relatively new, questions will be asked while using artificial intelligence for critical decision making and would want to rely on human experts. The truth is, the reality is, artificial intelligence has proven to be crucial for identifying problems. Several AI models have been prepared and implemented to detect tuberculosis, cancer, and other diseases in patients with very high accuracy. Not only they help in detection, but over time also learn how to suggest solutions according to severity if the right algorithm is used. Artificial intelligence is capable of diagnosing abnormalities indicated by an ECG, which will make life easy for nurses, and it can interpret ECG with the same precision as an expert nurse or a cardiologist. Not only that, I have seen nurse call systems where you have a small pocket which is into your, which the nurse will carry all across. And whenever there is a change in the vital parameters of the patient, an alarm will ring, which will help in quickly attending to the patient. So this is very, very vital in taking critical decisions. Sorry. The next myth is you have to program to contribute. Since artificial intelligence is primarily based on programming algorithms, people are concerned about their work becoming redundant and that the only way they can do to help is learning how to code things. But that's not the reality. The reality is healthcare professionals can help build progression from data to information to knowledge to intelligence. Algorithms can drive AI programs to meet specific need of patient and nurses. It can decrease the cost by reallocating some of the tasks, thus improving productivity and reducing waste. So these were few of the myths Most of the myths have been covered up by Sudaya. These are few of the myths which I thought I could add on to. And I would like to end the slide by saying artificial intelligence can enable humans to focus on parts of their role that adds the most values. For nurses, this is so very important. So they can give holistic care to their patient by delegating some of the tasks to artificial intelligence, maybe computers, maybe to the different machine learning. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Meera. And I'm sure that everybody will agree that yes, there are myths, but probably these myths are there because either we lacked some knowledge, we were ignorant about certain things, and that's why we felt it is a myth. But now that the reality is brought to forth and that we understand, I think we are convinced that yes, artificial intelligence is important and it is here to stay. So now once we are convinced that we have to go ahead and we have to adapt this, I think adapting again, as I had mentioned earlier, change is not very easy. So when we have to go ahead and adapt to this new way of doing things, I think we will face a lot of challenges, and we have to now learn that what are these different challenges which we are likely to face and how do we overcome those things. So now I call upon Nancy Zakaria to talk about different challenges in addressing learning. So over to you, Nancy.
Is Nancy there in the audience? Because Nancy has some connectivity issue.
Yeah, there she
Just
is.
send me the message. Okay.
There she is. Yeah.
Can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes.
Yes, yes, Nancy.
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
So, a very good morning, good evening to all of you all. It's a privilege for me to have this opportunity to speak, especially with eminent leaders, my teachers, my seniors. It's really a great opportunity for me.
Nancy, can you be a little
Also,
loud,
I would like to
please?
thank the organizing committee. Also, I would like to thank the organizing committee for giving me this opportunity to speak on this platform. It's really a pleasure for me. Not wasting much of the time, I would like to proceed with the topic that has been given to me. I would like to share the presentation. Is the screen visible?
Yes, ma'am, the screen is visible.
Is the screen
Yes, yes, Nancy.
Yes, ma'am, the screen is visible.
So the topic that I have today is to share some points on challenges that we may face when we embrace newer learnings. We know that healthcare profession is something that's very fast. Technology is basically helping us in gapping the bridge between the workload that we have as well as the demand from the society that we have. We know that in the years to come, the population demographic data would be changing and you would be having a lot of change in the population, especially in case of like elderly population being more. So the burden is going to be more on the healthcare profession. Technology could be one of the solution that we may have in order to provide world care, healthcare benefits to the population. So in order for us to give like a fast care, compassionate care,
Excuse me, ma'am. Nancy, ma'am, can you?
Cost-effective care, technology will help us in doing that.
Ma'am, actually, you are not audible. Your voice is actually getting
also
distorted.
technology in learning. So
Nancy,
technology.
I think there is some problem. We are not able to hear you properly.
Salka, Nancy has bandwidth issue.
Basically,
Yeah, ma'am.
in the clinic,
She might be facing some problem, I assume.
but also in learning, you can also use these technologies. We know we have come.
I assume there is some technical issues here with Nancy, ma'am. We'll connect her soon, and then she can continue with her PPT.
Meanwhile, Miss Salka, can we take the next speaker?
Our next speaker, speaking on the same topic, that is challenges in embracing new learning, is Prajakta Hindalekar from British Candy Hospital. So I request Prajakta to take over.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, all the Tarangan members and delegates. I feel so esteemed to be part of this digital platform. Am I audible to all?
Yes, yes, Prajakta.
Yes, ma'am, you're completely audible.
So we have had enlightening sessions by my co-panelists, and I'm very happy. The beginning panelists covered myths as well as our readiness. So my topic, challenges in embracing newer learnings. As we know, we, the Florence Nightingales, successfully face challenges. Whenever we go to work, we go prepared. So embracing any newer learning is challenging. In particular with AI, let me share my thoughts as well as the topics, the material which I compiled from various journals. It was so much fun learning, reading and assimilating. Let me share my screen. Is everybody able to see the screen?
Yes, Prajakta.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
So I have quickly put down my thoughts in twofold challenges. The end users. Very important that we get into the shoes of those going to use artificial intelligence. Here I would like to share quickly a study that was published in April 2019 in Clinical Key, where they actually compiled views from nurses, those who are working with artificial intelligence and robots. Those working with elder care robots were extremely happy because those robots actually help them in increasing patient autonomy and relieving the burden. And there was no guilt of leaving an elderly without being left, turning their position, reading something nice for them, and so on. Whereas the pediatric nurses were very happy because the robots were actually socially assistive device for children with autism spectrum disorder. So there is a awareness among nurses. Similar way, the end users have to be completely equipped with what artificial intelligence is. And the other challenge which I will be sharing thoughts on is the AI itself. What is the track record of AI in particular with healthcare? I think some of these points are already covered by my co-panelists, so I will not be elaborating on that. First of all, anything that comes new, there is always a fear of unknown. And as you all know, AI is not fully developed in healthcare. I think Pearl showed it is 20%. So still we are far away from making it 80%, 90%, where more and more people are aware. We also heard myths very well elaborated by Sudhaya and Meera. People think that they are going to be replaced. No. In fact, artificial intelligence is going to be complementing, going to assist us in those all non-nursing repetitive tasks which will free us to be with our patients. I think last week I attended one webinar where a doctor was speaking. He was saying replacing nurses, no way. From the business perspective, he was saying that in India, particularly nurses, the manpower cost is not an high value item. Therefore, we should never be scared. In fact, the global manpower shortage, which is predicted, we are also going to face the brunt of it in the coming years. It tells us that yes, nurses should be only left for nursing, and all those non-nursing tasks can be taken up by the AI. Also, fear of losing jobs and could be resisting the adaptability of AI can be challenged. As the previous speaker said, that creating a database is going to be challenging. We have all learned and heard about garbage in, garbage out. So for the AI itself to function, the end users have to be so particular with what data goes in to make use of that data for the patient benefit. Another challenge that the end users may face is end-to-end task completion. Unlike the factory and warehouses where the robots, artificial intelligence is used, there is always something called as last leg of the task. When it comes to healthcare, where we are dealing with human beings, the healthcare professionals are fearful whether after a robot or artificial intelligence completes a task, still there will be lot of human attention required at the completion of tasks. Coming to the AI challenge itself, we have certain logistic concerns. As we know, factories and warehouses which have used artificial intelligence to the maximum, they have something called as a structured environment. But where it comes to AI in healthcare, we are working in a semi-structured environments like hospital. So I think we have to think way ahead when we think about bringing robotics, especially involved in nursing care with patients. We have to have our hospital structures ready, which is going to be challenging. Maybe the newer hospitals can be AI ready, looking at the nursing role, making it only for nursing activities. Also, the availability of readiness of pilots. I think all my intelligent audience as well as my colleagues are very well aware that we do something called as pilot. I have been fortunate to be 3 times in 3 places when the newer technology was implemented, as simple as HIMS, which is very common in hospitals. And when the experts came to the front lines, even to middle level, to the leaders, they asked us that, Madam, you tell us what you want. And we were like, we were not aware that what can we ask. And we asked them that you tell us what you have. They said, no, madam, technology is always there to can be customized. It can be manipulated. It can be made easy for the end user. So similar way for the AI, when we are saying that we want the nurse to be ready, we have to have some experts ready within our system that what really we want to have from the AI. So that is what I mean by the having pilots ready for newer learning is going to be challenging, because who is going to invest before time, before the AI actually is accepted in our healthcare. Next is, I have put heading as making bigger picture clear. I think the purpose, I think every nurse who is subjected to use of AI must understand what is she using it for. Dr. Alka Kalambi, very well, she showed all the different types of robots available in various fields. I also came across certain very nice concepts like telenoid. Now, telenoid robot is something which can give human touch, which can give comfort, which a person can hug them. Now, particularly, we are facing COVID pandemic where the time of exposure is important. Nurse is unable to spend. Many nurses tell that, Madam, we want to spend time, but we have been told minimum exposure. So I think the purpose of giving time when patient needs comfort, telenoid, android, all humanoid robots can be a great help for nurses. So making the bigger picture that what are we looking at? We are not looking at replacing, but we are looking at complementing nursing is very important. Second thing is about multidisciplinary. As you all know, healthcare, we have lot of team members working with us. And bringing AI only in nursing is not going to help. We have to have it integrated approach, making sure all our interconnected functions are AI ready. What happened with EMR? If you read some studies with EMR, some places EMR had failure because there was interconnectivity issues. So similar way, the challenge is going to be how the other teams are going to be ready along with nursing. Now, other challenge I had thought of putting it here is the education. What about our future nursing workforce? Is our curricula going to have information, skills related to AI? Are we looking at making nurses on the job ready? Very, very important that we think about it. Our academic nursing leaders, if we are going to be AI future ready, we have to have nurses learning it from the schools. Also the preparation of senior nurses heading the functions, very important to get their buy-ins when we are going to roll AI across nursing. So that could be a challenge because of the mindset as well as the attitude, all the due respect to senior nurses. But yes, I'm sure many leaders will agree that this can be a challenge. Now, before I summarize, I would like to give a small mnemonic which I thought about sharing is Lisa. Lisa is something which is a nurse can describe, or we can relate it to nursing. L stands for learn. If you don't learn about AI, it's going to be a challenge. I stands for interact, how you're going to interact with AI and robotics. S is sharing the workforce, because I'm sure all of us spend more than 1/3 of our time at workplace. If you're going to have a colleague who is a junior human being, a robot, how are we going to share our emotions? This particular colleague is not going to get tired, is not going to complain. Are we ready to accept our colleagues as robots and still maintain the livelihood of workplace? And the last A is, how are we going to achieve the healthcare goals together with the help of AI and robotics? With that, I would like to sum up my thoughts with these two quotes. The price of doing the same old thing is far higher than the price of change. So here I request all the leaders, those who are attending, that yes, we have to have a courageous nurse who will be determined to take the challenge of AI, embrace this new learning. Another quote is, learn to adjust yourself to the conditions you have to endure, but make a point of trying to alter or correct conditions so that they are most favorable to you. I think the message is very loud and clear in this quote that if AI has to come, let us make sure, let us come together, all the three areas of nursing, clinical, academic, and the research. How can we make this most favorable for each of us? Thank you very much for your patient listening, and thank you, Tarangan, for having me on this digital platform.
Thank you, Prajakta, for your wonderful explanation. So we all have known now that implementation of artificial intelligence is possible. It is only that we need to change our mindset, we need to change and accept. A very good point, specially brought out by Prajakta, is that yes, it is not that because training the trained nurse is very difficult. I'm not saying it's an impossible task, but it is a rather difficult task. So you start this right from the student period. So it becomes rather easier to adapt and to accept. Now let me see that. So thank you, Prajakta, once again. And let us see that whether we have been able to restore the lines with Nancy. If we have been able to do that, I think we'll hand over the stage to her, platform to her. Rather. Yes, Nancy.
Am I audible now?
Yes, now you are audible. Yes, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. I'm really sorry for the. It's because I'm on the shift at the moment. I'm in hospital. So I
No
think there are a
problem. No
few
problem.
rooms over here that we do not have access to internet. Once again, I'm welcome you all. And I thank you all, especially my eminent, the leaders, the seniors. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. The topic that I was given today to speak on is challenges in embracing newer learning. And we know that technology in healthcare is very important, especially when you see that the demographic, there is going to be quite a lot of demographic changes in the decades to come, where you would be having quite a lot of elderly in the population, and the burden is going to be too much on the healthcare, the nursing profession, as well as the medical surgical field. So to meet this burden, what we need to do is basically we need to come up with a solution. And one of the solution that we could come up with is the topping to make the work in the healthcare system fast, convenient, effective. At the same time, it is also going to keep up the passion or the EQ. We can see over here, you can see that you have one person with a digital device in the hand, and there are a lot of things that he or she can do with technology. Technology should not only be limited to the healthcare, the clinical setting, but we can also put up in the education. So in education, we know that we have come far, very far from the era where we had Florence Nightingale, who the teaching was mainly from looking, touching, seeing the patient and then deciding what needs to be done next, to what we have today is the virtual classroom, the virtual room or the stimulation rooms that we have, where you can you can imagine what, you can go far into your imagination and learn things. So digital literacy is something that is coming up. And just a basic to tell you about digital literacy is that this digital technology or digital literacy will help us in creation, innovation, and research, and it's really important for us to come forward with it. So what basically we do, we have an app or we have quite a lot of functions where the teaching would be basically done, where you don't even need to be in a same classroom or you don't even need to be in a same place, but the teaching can be done where you have a nurse educator who would be in a different setting, and the teaching would be done to the nurses or the students or the healthcare professionals, wherever it is to be done. And again, this teaching can be applied to a patient who would be in a different setting. So that you do not have to be like in a same room or in the same classroom. Also, you have a lot of medias from where the newer technologies are being used. These are one, it could be like an online or distance learning. You could have electronic health record applications. You could have digital curriculum. You could have virtual stimulation, mobile apps. You also have social media. Like the other day when I was going through like some of the videos that came up on my Facebook, I had a TikTok video where a healthcare professional was using TikTok to teach, about a symptom of a disease and what are the remedies that they can use. So people have been using social medias like YouTube. We are having Zoom at the moment where we are having the conference. Just on a lighter part, the other day, like, when I came newly to UK, I used to ask my mom, like I used to ask my mother for recipes, and she used to tell me verbally the recipe of her special dishes. And now when I ask her, she would just look at me and say, can you not just Google it? So I was like, okay. So things have changed now a lot. So she was just telling me, even my sister was telling me, oh, you have a lot of things that you can check on YouTube. Like, you could get a lot of things. So even in our day-to-day activities, we have been using technology a lot. Coming to the topic of challenges, first and the main challenge that we have is change. The word change itself is very fearful for us. So for us to accept something that is going to be applied new, it's going to be a, like, a resistance you would always feel. But the earth around us, the environment around us is telling us that change is essential. And as the proverb, as the wordings goes, change is a spice of life. So we have to accept this change. The next is the professional development. So we need to understand that we have a professional development that has to be done to all the hierarchy, from the top level where you have the management till the grassroots level where you have the staff nurses and everyone. So the professional development has to be done for each one of them. For the hierarchy, like the top management, we would like that the professional development would be done so that they are aware of the advancement that is going to happen, and they are aware of what needs to be implemented. Whereas the grassroots, the staff nurses, it should be essential for them to have a professional development. They would be using these newer learnings, technologies, and they would be using these newer learnings. The third is authenticity. We know it is easier for us to accept technology, but how authentic is the content in the technology? Are we validating the content? So do we know that these contents that has been put up, or the technology that we are accepting, are they valid? Are they authentic? Are they in line with the guidelines that has been given up? So all these things could be a challenge for us. Like Pearl ma'am, like Sudhya ma'am, Meera ma'am, all of them said, policies and procedures. We have got their own SOPs. So the SOPs should be in line with the advancement. Are our SOPs updated continuously in line with the advancements that we have? Or are the SOPs or the policies and procedures is being updated? So that could be one of the challenge, because we would have to change everything around. Next is personalization. That when you have a classroom teaching, or when you have a one-to-one learning, you can personalize it according to the capability of the person who is learning. But when it comes to something that is fixed, so if you have a fixed material, or if you have a fixed online thing that a person has to use, are we able to personalize it according to the person's capability? I would be like, I may not be able to grasp what is there, the newer learning thing. I may not be able to grasp it as the third person would be able to. So that could be one of the challenge where we are not able to personalize the learning, or we are not able to personalize the technology as per the person's capability. Next would be the resources. So in resources, you have everything. Like it would come your infrastructure, your budgeting. It could also be your manpower. Everything would come in your resources. So resources could be a challenge, especially when your infrastructure is being already made in terms of the traditional way of working, and then suddenly someone comes and tells you, oh, you have to put this new technology, or you have to put this new thing. Do you have the budget? Do we have the infrastructure to do this? That could be one of the challenge. Next is, are we able to have a formative evaluation of the learning that we are doing? And last, as all of us have said, because healthcare is a profession where we are in constant touch with human beings, there has to be a human touch. Are we going to lose that touch? Like Pearl ma'am and Prajakta ma'am said, even Sudhya ma'am, Meera ma'am said that it will never replace human touch, but still that fear or that challenge would always be there. So when you have all these challenges, how are we going to overcome this challenge? Because technology is the need of an hour. So how do we overcome these challenges? One is to have a common vision. What is the vision in healthcare? The main vision in healthcare is basically to give world-class quality care to our patients. So that vision should be there, and it should be common among all the hierarchy from the top level to the to have a budget and to have an infrastructure. You would always have some, but advancement would be so fast that once you buy something or once you purchase something, the next moment you would get an upgradation for the same, or you would have a new technology that may come up. So the budgeting has to be done. Then you should have like a team that would be dedicated for for bringing up all these technologies. Like for example, we over here we have some a team known as a training and development. So the team is mainly responsible for bringing up all the advancements, to putting up the content for us to study. So they are like a specific multidisciplinary team who look after all the training and development, and bringing up all the innovation things and everything. So what basically we do is that you can have like a common portal or a common site where the training or the instructions of all these things can be put up. And we have to make sure that these portals or these sites, whatever content we put, are authentic and they are valid. So we have our organizing bodies, or we have bodies such as NICE guidelines, we have the CDC, we have the WHO, or we could always have our own research team who would do a research and validate a thing and put up that that advancement or that technology. So as an institute, we can have our own website, we can have a site where all the training instructions have been put up, the training films can be put up, and even from, if you see from the education part of view of the staff members, we have like something called as the electronic staff record, where I have my own login. And then if I go into the login, all the mandatory competencies that I need to do, I know when they're going to be expired. If I click on that, I go automatically to the site where I can renew my competencies. So everything is done, everything is recorded, everything is done. So this is just a small example that I'm sharing. So what basically happens with all this planning that the institute has already done, we are saving time, we are saving energy. At the same time, all the nurses are competent enough to, do the newer procedures or accept the newer technologies. So all instructions have been done. At the same time, we also need to make sure that it is secure, because cyber security is very important. When we come into newer devices, or when we take in technologies, there could be a challenge of security, because cyber security is very important when it comes to devices and technology. So we have to make sure that we are secure and we are protected, especially when it comes to, like, we have the patient's health record and everything inbuilt in our electronic health records. So we have to make sure that it is safe, and we have to make sure that everything is cyber secure. So security is one of the main planning that we need to do. And continuous update, so we have to make sure that we are updated, and everything is in place.
Nancy,
Last is the human
yeah,
factor.
yeah.
Yeah. So
Going by me
last is the
completely
human
fast.
factor. Last is the human factor. So all technologies and everything that we have, or the newer learnings that we have to make sure that we do not replace it with the human factor, which I know for sure that we would never do. So, and the last point is teamwork. So we have to work as a team to overcome these challenges. Technology is something that is coming up new, and we have a long way to go to identify the potentials. But as a team, we can do it together. And I think the pandemic that we are facing at the moment is making us realize that if we work together as a team, we can overcome all these challenges. Thank you so much once again for giving me this opportunity to share with you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy, for your presentation. So yes, there are challenges. We have to overcome them, and we have to go ahead with this. When we were talking about this, just a thought came to my mind, which I read it on the WhatsApp. Earlier, it was said that with the mobile, you are not allowed in the college, not allowed in the school. But today, without it, you are not allowed. You want to attend the classes, you should be there. So we have to change with the time, and we have to accept. We have to have that daring. Of course, for that, we need to have confidence, and confidence will come only with knowledge. So you have to keep yourself updated, and then only you can go ahead and embrace this new learning without any problems. Problems are there which we need to accept. Now, with this, we come to the end of this first panel one, part one. Now, if there are any questions from the audience, I think we could give
Nancy,
2
can you
minutes.
stop the screen share?
Sorry,
Can Nancy stop the screen sharing?
Nancy, please stop the screen sharing. Gracious. Please. Shobha, I think we can take a couple of questions if there are any.
Yes, ma'am. Now we have come to an end of this session. I
Yes.
request the audience, if you have any questions, please put forth your questions in the chat box.
I think my panelists were so good and they explained the things so very well that there are no doubts
Yes,
in the
ma'am.
minds of the people.
Yes, it was
Yes, so I thank all my panelists.
Alka,
Doing
it was quite elaborative, apt, and really, really, really useful for the today's people who are working in the area. Isn't it? We are retired, but for them it is a good eye-opening, understanding and knowing things about AI. Thank you.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you, Shaila, for your comment. Anyone else? I think, yes, my panelists were really good. They explained the thing very well. So there are no doubts in the minds of the audience. Now, I, on behalf of my panelists and myself, thank the organizers for giving us this very good opportunity. And as Shobha said, this is the platform and this is the conference of the Tarangan people, by the Tarangan people, but for all the nursing professions. So thank you once again. Hand over to the next set of moderators and next panelist. Thank you.
Yes, now we have come to an end of this session. I propose a vote of thanks. So on behalf of Tarangan Alumni Association and organizing committee, I take this privilege.
There's a message from...
I thank Chairperson Madam Alka Kalambi, all panel members for such an enlightening session on artificial intelligence. I end with one line. Let us be the change what you want to see in the world. With that, I end this session. I hand over the session to Miss Deepa Satadekar. Thank you.
Thank you, Devita. I'm sure the first session has created a wave of inquiry and all are looking forward as to what is in store in the next panel. So before we start with the next panel, I request everyone to just stretch yourself for a minute and get refreshed because a lot of information is still coming your way in panel number 2. The next panel, which is also going to deal with basics of AI, will be moderated by Dr. Akanksha Waghe, Assistant Professor at LT College of Nursing, and she will be accompanied by Ms. Sebin Bijo, Faculty, LT College of Nursing. So over to you, Dr. Akanksha.
Good morning, good evening to all. Now we are starting with, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Yeah. We are beginning with second panel, that is the basics of artificial intelligence part 2. I have the esteemed privilege to introduce the chairperson, Dr. Falakshi Manjrekar. She is Director of Nursing, PD Hinduja Hospital, Mumbai. She has 30 years of experience in leadership and administration. She is the Executive Director of Nightingale Initiative for Global Health. She is also member of Board of Studies for Lilabai Thakasi College of Nursing S.N.D.T at National Education Committee of Indian Nursing Council. She is the editor of Research and Theory for Nursing Practice USA. She is peer review of the journal, the Nursing Journal of India, TNI, New Delhi. She was also one of the panelists to speak on resources to empower nurses at the International Women's World Conference. She has teamed the University of Missouri, USA, and Hinduja Hospital Nursing on a knowledge sharing partner research module. She has contributed as a keynote speaker at various international forums and World Health Organization briefings. She has also contributed as a nursing author on international forum amongst key nurses in two books for Springer USA publications. We welcome you, ma'am. The panelist there for this panel discussion is Ms. Rennie David. She'll be dealing on can nurses remain relevant in a technologically advanced future? This session would be shared by another panelist too, Ms. Rennie David. She's the nurse supervisor at Dubai Hospital, Dubai Health Authority. She is chair nursing practice team, Dubai Health Authority. She's chair nursing practice and research forum, Dubai Hospital. She is also the member of Nursing Advisory Council, Infection Control Committee, and Blood Transfusion Committee of Dubai Hospital. Her past experiences include developmental nurse in surgical complex and operating theaters, clinical auditor, project officer in Dubai Health Authority, Dubai. She was also a nursing tutor at MGM Hospital. She was a senior staff nurse at Salmania Medical Center, Bahrain. Madam, we welcome you to this session. The next panelist is Ms. Juliet Joji Verghese. She is the Director Nursing of Apollo Main Hospital, Chennai. She has more than 20 years of experience in nursing management, out of which more than 18 years in senior leadership positions as Director and Chief Nursing Officer. She has spearheaded NABH audits for the nursing department, has been instrumental in procuring the Nursing Excellence Accreditation for Jupiter Hospital. She had been awarded as the gold medal for her baccalaureate in nursing. She has worked in various capacities at Narayana Hospital, SRCC Children's Hospital, then Jupiter Lifeline Hospitals, Bethany Hospital, Salmania Hospital, Oman, and even in Lilabai Thakasi College of Nursing. We welcome you, ma'am. Over to Sebin Bijo.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next panel. Thank you, ma'am. Our next panelist is Ms. Rija Bobby. Ma'am will be speaking about are the leaders prepared to embark on this new journey? Ma'am is a lecturer in Advanced Nurse Practitioner, Coventry University, UK. She has done her master's in pediatrics and MA in sociology. Madam is currently pursuing postgraduate certificate in higher education. She has held various positions such as Advanced Nurse Practitioner, Lecturer, Deputy Matron, Nurse Advisor, Medical Tutor, Staff Nurse, Ward Sister, Pre-op Assessment Nurse, and Nurse Educator. Ma'am has received scholarships and awards. To shortlist a few, Nurse Educator of the Year 2020 in the UK by Student Nursing Times Award. Ma'am was voted as the best nurse by the British Malayali News Portal Group 2015. Received many scholarships to name a few. Dr. P. N. Berry Scholarship, Trained Nurses Association of India Scholarship, etc. Madam has completed CPD Management of Minor Injuries and Illness, M9 and M10 Non-Medical Prescribing, Masters and 360 CPD Health Assessment from Coventry University, Faculty of Health and Life Sciences. We welcome you, ma'am. We
Thank you,
have Madam
Sabin.
Swapna Joshi. Thank you, ma'am. Vice President TNAI West Zone. Ma'am is the nurse consultant at Tata Memorial Hospital, recipient of Florence Nightingale Award 2017 from Honorable President late Mr. Pranav Mukherjee. Madam has responsibility for nursing service and nursing education at all cancer centers in India under Tata Memorial Center. Madam has worked as a professor in the College of Nursing at Tata Memorial Hospital and as nursing superintendent for 11 years. Madam was the vice president of TNAI Maharashtra State Branch. She had been chairing the pediatric committee in TNAI at the national level. Recipient of the Best Nurse Award given by Mayor of Bombay 1980, has contributed as a co-author for the book published by TNAI titled Medical Surgical Nursing, Nursing Process Approach. We welcome you, ma'am. We also have Ms. Marina Joseph, who will be speaking on training novice nurse in handling newer technology and art. Ma'am has completed MSc in CVTS from S.N.D.T University and MSc in Nursing Acute Care Nurse Practitioner Program, University of Texas. At present, working as acute care nurse practitioner in cardiology, Memorial Hermann Hospital, Texas Medical Center, Texas. Also working as adjunct clinical faculty in University of Texas Health, Austin, Cizik School of Nursing. Previously worked as acute care nurse practitioner in stroke and neurology. Awards ma'am has won Who's Who among students in American universities and colleges in the year 2011 and Bronze Champ designation in the year 2008, 2009 and 2010 from Memorial Hermann Hospital. Ma'am has won the trophy for standing first in research thesis in MSc Nursing. We welcome you, ma'am. We have Madam Claire De Mello, who is Assistant Nursing Superintendent at Saifi Hospital, Mumbai. Madam has total 30 years of experience, worked at Leelavati Hospital for over 12 years as Deputy Nursing Head and Infection Control Nurse. Worked at Hinduja and Jaslok Hospital in ICU and NICU as Head Nurse. Accredited Hospital Inspector with NABH and Nurse Educator since June 2011. Has traveled across the country as part of the NABH team for assessment and inspection of hospitals. Member of the Governing Council, Board of Infusion Nursing Council since 2011. Ma'am has a postgraduate diploma in hospital and healthcare management and also diploma in nursing administration. We welcome you, ma'am. Now I hand over the session to our chairperson, Madam Falakshi Manjarikar. Thank you.
कोणाला विचारतोयस छान मजेत आहे
Lakshya, you're muted.
I request everyone to please mute themselves. Other than the speaker, please mute your voice because it's creating a disturbance here in the live stream. So I request everyone to please mute. Other than the speakers, please mute yourself. Thank you.
Madam Falakshi, you're still muted. Please unmute yourself.
Yeah. Is this okay?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Akanksha. Thank you, Ms. Sibin. That was a fabulous introduction. And now we know that we've got a fabulous panel for the second part of the discussion in this webinar. At the outset, thank you, Tarangan Executive Committee, for hosting such a huge webinar on a global platform. This is the first of its kind for Tarangan, and I'm sure we have many more to follow in the future. As we talk about artificial intelligence, I would just like to share my screen.
we speak about an integrated approach. And the reason why we say that we need to speak about it in terms of an integrated approach is this is not a topic which can be handled on a singular level autonomously, but as a team in many ways. At the same time, it needn't be a team approach at all the times. It needs to also be individually performing activities for the nurses alone. We talk about it in a short while in terms of when we speak about intelligence, we have already now come to know that this is something which can be understood more in terms of a computer or a machine taking a language ahead, and NLP is used to coordinate multiple activities. However, what is extremely important over here is this is a huge topic, and repetitions in terms of talking up the topic and understanding the subjects are inevitable. However, what's not inevitable is that the various modalities which can be infinite, and these modalities are definitely
Ma'am,
something.
your screen is not being shared actually. We can't see your PPT. It's a blank screen. Can you please share it again? Yes, thank you, ma'am.
Is that okay?
Yes, it is visible. Thank you.
Great. Thanks. The moment, I mean, we talk about, I mean, when we speak about AI, we speak about AI in terms of it being a virtual branch or a physical branch. When nursing is concerned, both of them are extremely important. However, virtual branch in nursing AI has sort of, taken the forefront in terms of various nursing leaders as well as nurse practitioners taking the forefront activity in terms of performing this as a individual action and on a priority. It could be anything. It could be, I mean, unsupervised learning, supervised learning, or reinforced learning. We have expert panelists who are going to talk more about it. However, what I would like to talk about is how we as nurses are going to get benefited, how AI is going to really assist nursing. AI can be assisted where nurses are concerned as it can help us to take decisions, make us better clinicians. It can replace human judgment. That does not mean it can replace humans, but yes, judgment, it can definitely get better in most of the functional areas of healthcare. We can talk about prediction of outcome of the disease as well as treatment. We can talk about reinforcing non-pharmacological management. We can talk about reducing therapeutic errors. We can talk about better patient safety. And more importantly, we can talk about extracting useful information from a patient population to redirect actions. In a nutshell, we are looking at making real-time interference for health risk and health outcome predictions. The most important slide when we talk about AI, I would say is this. What are the modes which can be used by the nurses to take AI forward? Today, already in the Indian context, many hospitals have initiated NIHMS. NIMS has always allowed the nurse to take better decisions, to make better diagnosis, to create a module which can allow her to implement what is best for her patients. It can use pharmacy assist modules, apps, e-prescription, administrations, at the same time use the same modality for teaching. The most important module today in AI globally is the EBP module or an EBP app. And the reason why we say this module is getting extremely popular is it allows the nurse to take a right decision for the right patient in the right way, allowing to really, say something which was very popular many years ago when our nurse leaders centuries ago made a statement saying that each individual patient is different. You can't really, talk about patients and divide them as something which are very common. All diabetic patients can't be same. You just can't compare them to a glove which is equivalent to saying that you could sort of, fit your hand into a small, medium, or a large size. No, meaning that entire myth gets, meaning zeroed the moment you have a patient specific module. And that's where AI has a huge role or a massive contribution to make. The same thing goes to SI or standard nursing interventions. And this is directly related to use of RFID. One basic concept of AI is those activities which are supposed to be performed on a repeated level can be redirected, allowing the nurse to perform this on an individualistic level. Use of RFID in terms of automatic inventory management, in terms of assisting the patient movement management goes a long way. This is something which is already used. I mean, today when you look at malls, you have various equipments and consumables which are tagged with an RFID tag, which doesn't allow an individual to use it and walk out of the mall, or theft can be picked up very easily. The same concept today has already been initiated for various expensive instruments in the CSSD, for tagging patients, for tagging records, and meaning basically for infinite uses. You also can use AI and try and modify it towards auto outcome analysis and prediction in terms of change of actions, and that further on goes a long way. In terms of health monitoring, antenatal monitoring in the hospitals at home, we have come to a level where a small device which an individual just breathes into can give us a predicted outcome in terms of what are the various outcomes the programs are initiated in these equipments. It can tell us what is your respiratory rate, it can tell you what's your cardiac rate, it can tell you what's your cardiac output. Device can transfer the data from one individual to a mobile app, to a computer, to a nursing desk, to a doctor's desk, and that goes a long way. See, what we are looking at is the more the better. And are we really looking at putting a full stop anywhere? No, this is something which can just go on and on. You can manage nursing manpower, you can do analysis, you can find solutions, and just really sky's the limit. And that's the reason why AI is extremely useful. So if it is useful, where are we? Can we really go ahead and start using it? The answer is AI itself has a lot of challenges. What are these challenges? The cost is high. Integration is a big question mark, because softwares at many a times don't talk to each other. To pick up the right software to allow us to invest in it again goes a long way. We have ethical issues, patient privacy, personal data management. Unless and until the data is 100% ethically used, we may not want to go ahead with the system. Unless the data is ensuring us of 100% privacy, we may not really want to use it. We also have our own and national regulations. Government of India need to sort of okay it, and then we can go ahead with. We already have FDA regulations on various medical equipments like MRI, CT. The same thing needs to be also amalgamated where nursing AI is concerned. What we are looking at is a rapid integrative approach commonly used to improve existing products and services. To cut a long story short, AI is definitely useful, and we have a fabulous panel here who are going to talk about it in the long run. Let me introduce my topic for the first panelist. We have Ms. Rennie David here, who's going to talk about clinical relevance of nursing practices. Rennie has a massive experience from Dubai Institutes. At the same time, is a very prominent nurse leader. And the input which she has been able to share with us is really going to go a while long. So let me ask Rennie to share her inputs on what are the various clinical relevances and nursing practices which can be used in AI technologies. Do we have a role for the nurse to play? Do we have an application in machine learning, and how do we go about it?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
You can hear
Yes,
me?
ma'am, we can hear you.
Okay, let me share my screen. My share screen is not working.
Sachi could help you.
Yes, ma'am, I can help.
Rachi, you can help me.
Yes, ma'am.
Reni, do you want me to share your screen?
Yeah, that would be okay. Yeah.
Okay, I'll do it for you. Are you able to see the screen?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay, Reni, can you start?
Okay. Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon to everyone. First and foremost, I would like to thank the organizing committee for giving me this platform to present on what is my experiences in AI. Now, as I was listening to the previous panelist, the topic I realized was almost covered by the previous panelist, but I will share my experiences, what I have in the Dubai Health Authority related to the electronic medical record. The topic that was given to me is clinical relevance of nursing practices and AI technology, exploring the role and applications of machine learning. Now, as Ms. Alka said that AI is here to stay, and that's a fact. And we also know that artificial intelligence is evolving and will transform the healthcare in the next few years. Now, with the adoption of electronic medical records by many hospitals and healthcare organizations, the use of AI will increase and will continue to increase for better patient outcomes. And when we look at this technology, it has great potential. It can have a great impact on patient care and on the clinical providers. And it is, so hence it is essential for nurses to have a basic understanding of the AI concept. So what I would like to talk about is about machine learning, the process of machine learning, its relevance, its benefits, and the nurse's role in the AI and machine learning. Pearl and Sudhaya has covered some of the things from machine learning, like the data, the algorithms, the machine learning, the deep learning. So I'll just brief that here by saying that what is the difference between artificial intelligence and machine learning? A lot of people think that artificial intelligence and machine learning are the same thing, but actually they are not. Artificial intelligence is the entire field that is dedicated to make a machine smart. And machine learning and deep learning are the subdivisions or the subsets of artificial learning. So we can say that artificial intelligence is the engineering of making intelligent machine programs. Now, AI is the entire field, as I said, to make the computers smart enough to give an output. Can we go to the next slide? So what is machine learning? Can we go to the next slide, Shobha? Okay. So machine learning is the discipline within the artificial intelligence and then the science of getting the computers to do something without any explicit programming, but with the help of algorithms. Now here we don't have to program the machine to do what we It improves or learns by repeating the same task over and over again to get what we want. We all know there is a lot of data that is available in the world today, only by people.
But there's a lot of
phones and other devices. The world is filled with data, and a lot of data we get from pictures, music, and it's the same with the electronic medical records. So what does the machine do? The machine looks at these data and figures out a pattern and predicts the events in the future based on the examples that we provide to the machine. So we can say that the computer uses algorithms to derive the knowledge from the data and interprets the data for itself. Now, as we give more data to the machine learning application, the computer learns from that data and corrects the output or refines the data. Now, if you see at the bottom, sorry, the previous slide, Shobha. Yeah. If you see at the bottom, I have put the diagrammatic representation of what machine learning is. We have the input, and that is the data that comes from our nursing assessment medical devices, which is interpreted by the algorithm. Algorithm is nothing but a set of rules to obtain the expected output. So we can say this is like formulas in the math. And this brings out the output, that is the prediction. One thing we should always remember here is that very important for us is that similar to any data dependent tool, a machine learning tool's function and use is only good as its data sources. So whatever we put in will be what will come out. This Prajakta already mentioned, if it's garbage, what will get out will be garbage. So this is where the nurses are very important, who are the sources, who enters most of the data. The nurse input improves the applicability and accuracy of the machine learning tools. So what do we need to utilize the machine learning? EMR that has all the data that is available with it. So where is all our data available? We have the electronic medical record where we input the nursing assessments and other things. We have the medical devices such as the vital signs machines, the cardiac monitors, ventilators, smart IV pumps, smart beds, anesthesia machines. From these may be integrated with the EMR or it may not be integrated. So if it is integrated with the EMR, the data is directly pulled into the EMR. That doesn't stop us. We have to verify the data to make known that this is the correct data that is being input into EMR. When it is not integrated with the EMR, then manually the data is entered into the electronic medical record. Then we have the data in the laboratory. So again, if the lab is integrated, the data is directly pulled in. And we have the medical imaging, the radiology. So from there also the data comes. So we have a lot of data. What the machine learning does is it is using these data to answer the questions. So now let's look at what is the relevance or the value of the question that is answered by this machine. Can you do the next slide? Yeah. So if you look at the relevance of machine learning, we can divide it into two. We can put it into the clinical area, and the second thing is in the operational area. In the clinical area, the relevance is that it gives us insight and improves the treatment and outcomes. Some of the examples are clinical pathway prediction. Can we go back to the previous slide, Shobha? The examples are the clinical pathway prediction, disease progression prediction, and the predictive risk scoring. In the operational area, when we say it improves the efficiency and effectiveness of the system, provide and manage our processes in the hospitals and the healthcare organization. Now, I want to explain this in a bit of detail with the examples what we have implemented in the Dubai Health Authority. So the next slide. So I mentioned about the clinical area or the clinical analytics. One of the example is of the predictive risk scoring. So one of the predictive risk scoring that we have implemented is the sepsis report or the sepsis management workflow. This is nothing but the prediction of the machine on the early identification of patients who are at risk of developing life-threatening severe sepsis.
Okay.
And the data that is input into the machine is the modified early warning.
Yeah, I am doing that.
Signs
I am
and the laboratory tests. The next slide. So how does this help? If you look at the benefit of the sepsis alert, there's early identification of patients who are at risk of sepsis. Then this helps an early start of the treatment for sepsis, improves the sepsis outcome, and increases the effectiveness of the treatment and thus lower the mortality. When we look at it from the machine learning point of view, the sepsis AI workflow, how it is, The input into the Salama, what we put was the vital signs, which calculates the muse. So the AI technology is that the muse will be triggered when it is more than three, and then a thorough sepsis screening is triggered. And upon screening, if required, then the sepsis treatment order is triggered. The next slides. Another example of predictive risk scoring that we have implemented is a deterioration index in patients. It is called as DI model. It's an automated model to accurately identify the patients who are at risk of deteriorating before urgent action is needed. So there are around 17 variables that goes in as the input. So some of the variables, for example, is the nursing assessment, the Glasgow Coma scale, the neurological assessment, the temperature, pulse, respiration, BP, etc. I'll not go into the details of this because I have noticed that someone else is presenting this tomorrow. Next topic, next slide. Coming to the operational area, how in the operational analytics this helps is in relation to nurse staffing, we have the workflow acuity scoring system and assignment, which predicts the amount of work required to care for a patient. And this helps us to make treatment care assignments to assign nurses, the nurse-patient ratio. The machine learning also helps by predicting operational events to help us manage our healthcare operations. And one of the examples that is happening around the world is a trend by the hospitals to adopt the AI-powered dashboards, which predicts the hospital operations. So we have also implemented our command center dashboard. Next slide, Shubha. So the command center, what it does, it gives us real-time data and predictive analytics into the insight of resources like how many beds are available, the equipments needed. It also helps us to visualize the key clinical and operational metrics in a centralized location to help with the staffing and optimize resources and thus make important operational decisions. Now the picture here you see on the left hand is how a command center looks like, where there are a lot of dashboards, and it is manned by mission controllers who are available 24/7 looking at these dashboards and monitoring and alerts and takes action when any alert is.
Could I interrupt you, Rennie? Though interesting and extremely informative, we would want you to wind up fast.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Thank
you.
You.
Next slide. So this is what a dashboard looks like, which has got all the data like inpatient census, the predictive inpatient census, inpatient bed utilization, discharge progression. So all this helps with our hospital operations. The next slide. So we come to what is our role as nurses. As I initially said, that the most of the data input comes from nurses. So accurate documentation and timely input of nursing assessment is very important for AI prediction. We as nurses can use the data generated by AI for better patient outcomes by understanding how AI is utilized and participate in the development, designing the workflow. For nurse leaders, they can use the dashboard for resource planning and allocation and staffing. The next slide, and that's this. Now, as an end user, we can provide feedback to the data scientists. We can be the quality check for the data inputs and outputs and ask questions like, do the results make sense? Are any data variables missing? Are there any results surprising? Maybe in future, some of the nurses would like to move into the data scientist role. So to summarize, the next slide, I'll just say that AI has the potential to help nurses the quality and the efficiency of care by benefiting both the patients and the clinicians. And nurses will be key to helping the organization implementing the AI technology in the future. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to present this conference.
Thank you so much, Rennie. The input were extremely useful, especially the demonstration of using a command center is something which is catching up very, very fast. Many hospitals in India have also decided to go for it because it saves manpower, it saves time, it allows you to, create and boredom to allow us to, really, come to a conclusion of the right judgment in a very short period of time. Without ado, let me ask Mrs. Juliet Verghese to talk more on this topic and also tell us which is better, supervised learning, unsupervised learning. Over to you, Mrs. Juliet Verghese.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Just is the screen visible, Shobha?
Yeah.
Thank you. Namaste and a very good evening to one and all. It is definitely my privilege to be a part of this eminent faculty of the International E-Conference, which is hosted by my college, and to be a part of that is a very nostalgic feeling, and to associate with my teachers, my role models, my colleagues, my juniors is an awesome feeling. So thank you very much, LT College, and I have been asked to speak, can nurses remain relevant in a technologically advanced future? And in that, I will be exploring the role of AI using unsupervised learning versus supervised learning. So just to refresh our memories on what this artificial intelligence is all about. Artificial intelligence refers to the simulation of human intelligence in machines that are programmed to think like humans and mimic their actions. The term also may be used to apply any machine that exhibits traits associated with the human mind, such as learning and problem solving. Artificial intelligence is also the ability of a digital computer or computer-controlled robot to perform tasks commonly associated with intelligent beings. Now, coming to supervised and unsupervised learning, what are each one of them? When we talk of supervised learning, basically, supervised learning is a learning which we teach or train the machine using data which is well labeled. That means some data is already tagged with the correct answer. So we have a machine where you put in data and the machine is already trained how it has to work. So the machine is provided with a few examples so that the supervised learning algorithms analyzes the training data and produces a correct outcome from the labeled data. So you have a whole lot of data which is already fed into the machine. And when you supplement some amount of data, getting all these data together, the machine gives you some answer with which you can work. Vis-a-vis an unsupervised learning, it is a training of a machine using information that is neither classified nor labeled and allowing the algorithm to act on that information without guidance. So there is information that is being given, okay, and the machine is supposed to act on it without much guidance. So a lot of information is being fed into the machine. The task of the machine here is to group the unsorted information according to the similarities, patterns, and differences without any prior training of data. Many a times it so happens people ask you for data and they say, just give us the data, just put in the data, the machine will automatically sort out the data. So the machine in an unsupervised learning it helps to take that whole data and get it into a more refined way. So no teacher is provided as the heading suggests. There is no teacher provided. Therefore, the machine itself is restricted to find the hidden structure by itself. So supervised learning is where data is already there. Some amount of information is there, and you're feeding some more information, and the machine is arriving at some sort of an answer and giving a direction to go ahead. Whereas on the other side, the unsupervised learning is where you have information and you're feeding it to the machine, and it is a machine's responsibility or the duty, you can say, to get this information sorted out and to lead you forward. So in a snapshot, we can see that supervised learning, it uses both labeled training data as well as labeled validated data. So it's proper data that's coming into this machine, into this learning system. And in a supervised learning, sorry, the accuracy can be checked, the accuracy can be validated. Whereas in an unsupervised learning, the unsupervised learning can identify unknown patterns in the data. So it is like somebody who's learning sort of, you have data and it's just taking the data and trying to get something out of it, establish a pattern. But it's easier, it's faster, it's less costly. It does not require manual work associated with the labeling of the data. So not a lot of manual work. The machine on its own brings out a lot of data and a lot of results for you. And it can work with real-time data to identify the pattern. So whatever the data you give it, it will be able to give you some sort of an answer for you to work with. Now, what are the examples? Somebody was asking, can you give us some examples in the Indian scenario? What are the things that is used? So I've just put in a few examples. While you move around in the hospital, you can get your own examples. For supervised learning, for example, a cardiac monitor, it is fed with certain amount of data. And for example, in a cardiac monitor, when you see the rhythm, you will be able to be feed in a high level and a low level alarms. So the cardiac monitor knows that if the heart rate of this particular patient goes below 40, it is supposed to alarm, or if it goes above 120, it's supposed to alarm. So that is the data that is fed to it. It is supervised. So the moment it shoots above 120, you know that the alarm is going to go up. Same way with syringe and infusion pumps, you feed in the in so many hours, this much of infusion has to go, 10 ml per hour or maybe 30 ml per hour. It's supposed to go. So the machine has to, on its own, take up that, and it keeps on pushing this volume that is pre-fed into the patient. Same way for ventilators, you feed in your, depending on your tidal volume, your minute volumes, etc. You feed in data, your ECMO machines, robotic surgeries, virtual nursing assistants. These are all examples of supervised learning. And definitely, we see the advantage where if the nurse knows that if the heart rate goes above 120, there's an alarm. She knows that, okay, now it's 120. Now, when I look at 120, what is a drug that I have to start? So maybe there is a standing instruction to start a particular drug, or to inform the doctor, or whatever the instruction is there, she has to follow it. So that is, these are some examples of supervised learning. Whereas in unsupervised learning, like personalized healthcare data, so you have any person can download an app, and you have maybe cardiac risk. You want to find out if you're at cardiac risk, and you have certain data that you have to feed in. And at the end of it, when you submit this data, this gets taken up by the computer. This is analyzed, and it will tell you whether you are at risk or you are at not risk. And even it can be classified further into low risk, medium risk, and high risk. So if it's low risk, okay, you can have this lifestyle. If it's high risk, meet the doctor immediately, sort of these things. Then another is a detection of radiological abnormalities. Yes, as soon as the patient is put under a machine, an MRI or CT scan machine, here the machine analyzes the image, and then this machine will immediately take a picture, and out of the images that is there, will analyze and say, yes, this patient has a tumor, and this is a type of tumor, and will possibly require surgery or an FNAC or something. Some suggestion will be given out of the data that is collected. Same with, that is the clinical recommendation it can produce. Billing is a very, very useful thing when we feed in. As the billing clerks, they sit in and they feed in the various things, that investigations that is done. When we feed in into our HIS about the investigations done, the procedures that have been done for the patient, surgery, etc., and the bill amount starts mounting vis-a-vis the deposit which they have put, then there will be some sort of an alarms that come that, okay, now it is time to collect extra deposit or something like that from the patient, inform the patient about their bills. So billing is another one. Rennie has already spoken about medical record maintenance. In medical records, extremely important. You feed in so many data, and then you can get COE specific data we can get. So that is important for us when you want to look at only cardiac cases for the month of October, or maybe you wanted to look at neuro cases for the month of October. How many neuro cases were operated, the outcomes, mortalities, so on and so forth can also be taken up. So these are certain very few examples that I've picked up. AI is surrounding us all over, and I'm sure in the hospitals that you work in, depending upon the type of healthcare facility it is, the more AI assisted equipments will be there, definitely. But one thing what I would always like to say is, how much ever AI comes in, we must as nurses not lose the physical touch, the emotional part of nursing also. Now, which is better, supervised or unsupervised? The question comes. Now, there are certain examples this side and certain examples this side. So what should I choose? So I don't think in nursing one is better than the other. I don't think so. I think it will all relate to the situation that you are in, the context that you are in, and choose the best. But when you choose, you keep certain things, certain principles in mind. One is that choose the best that will improve the quality of care of the patient, that will give you clinical outcomes, quick results. Like, for example, Rennie has also shared about the Muse. We can have the early warning signs which can get captured so easily, and immediate empowerment for the nurses to be shifting the patients without a doctor's order to the ICU when the EWS score goes at 7 or 6 or whatever is set parameter at your hospital. So this definitely will empower nurses. So choose a method that will empower nurses, make them more to think critically. Also, another advantage is the safety of the patient, as Palakshi ma'am has already shared. Choose a system that will make your patients safe. Choose a system, type of learning where the nurses' work will not be more at the table or at the nurses' station, whereas these instruments and equipments will be such that they will help to reduce time at the nurse's station, and the nurse can spend more time at the bedside. For example, even in radiology, when these tests are being done, when you get certain reports, as the images are getting analyzed, the radiologist has more time to see another patient or to do something much better, and for patient outcomes. And everything at the end of it should help to give you some sort of a data, and for analysis, for research, it should help you to do that. So I wouldn't say one is better than the other. I think both are extremely good in the given context, in the given situation. The basic principles I've already outlined for you. So definitely nurses can remain relevant with technology, and I impress again and again. Let's not lose our personal touch. That is the first thing that was taught to me. That was the first thing taught to me in LT College of Nursing, and I carry it even ahead. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Juliet Verghese. Mrs. Juliet is a CNO of Apollo Group Chennai, and through an extremely effortless module, she has allowed us to think that such a complex modality is basically something which is very simple. Who would really say, syringe pumps and cardiac monitors, which we have been using for decades, are nothing but basics of nursing AI. So thank you again, and I welcome Mrs. Rija Bobby, who would be speaking more on this topic, however, from a nurse leader's perspective. However, the moment you have to introduce a concept in any institute, whether it's teaching or it's clinical services, the nurse leader needs to be prepared. Today, are the nurse leaders prepared? Or if she has to initiate that in the therapeutics, how do you go ahead? Over to you, Rija, and I'm sure she would be able to help us to understand this in a different perspective.
Thank you, Palakshi ma'am. I'm so delighted to be part of this and to see my teachers and alumni friends. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Okay, so without much ado, I will jump straight into the topic. Let me share the screen with you. Okay, and bear with me. Okay. Can you see the slide?
Yes, ma'am, we can.
Lovely. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so let's link this concept to nursing therapeutics, as the subject of discussion here is how can nurse leaders be prepared in use of artificial intelligence in nursing therapeutics? I shall refer to artificial intelligence as AI in this session. So first and foremost, what is nursing therapeutics? It is when we bring care, healing, and value to every patient contact or intervention. And I will divide this session into two parts: In the first part, I'll explore the role of AI in nursing therapeutics, and the second part will address the issues that nurse leaders might face. There will be some repetition of contents, but if we look at it positively, repetition of contents helps cement and consolidate information as well. Okay. So last year, the government agencies in the USA have been asked to implement strategic objectives aimed at speeding up artificial research and artificial intelligence research and development. So AI is very much securing a place in the forward view. Deep learning is a subset of machine learning where artificial neural networks learn from large amounts of complex data. Let's see how that happens. So here we have two pictures. This computer science approach consists of networked algorithms called neural networks, just like how neurons network in our brain. In deep learning, a set of mathematical instructions, such as an algorithm, which is called as a node, works like a neuron to fire the algorithm, action it as instructed, and relay the information to another node in the computer, just like how neurons transfer information or messages in our brain. Put simply, deep learning is all about mimicking the brain and using neural networks with billions of nodes, layers, and interconnectivity. And when we read about advances in computing, from driverless cars to Go playing supercomputers to speech recognition, that is deep learning secretly in action. So looking at the next slide, we have Molly, a virtual nurse developed by S.N.D.T using deep learning. She is described as having the capacity to provide remote monitoring and support for common and high-cost medical conditions. So this 2-minute video demonstrates how Molly remotely manages patients who have been discharged from hospital but still need monitoring and support. So I'm just going to play.
Our app can be a part of their lives every day. So our avatar Molly, she can check in with the patient every single morning, more than once a day if that's needed. She can ask the patients how they're doing. She can collect really important information such as their weight or their blood pressure, glucose levels, ask them relevant questions to whatever condition they might have. And all this information can be funneled back to the clinician seamlessly, so the clinician can just be alerted to which patients are actually possibly having an issue that day.
Your weight is 190.9 pounds. You did not gain any weight. That's good. Now let's take your blood pressure. Please make sure the cuff is on by pressing the orange button on the side of the cuff.
Because we have this avatar that talks to you and you can talk back to, it makes people way more engaged, because patients have told me it's comforting to have her. It's like someone's holding my hand and they would rather talk to her than just use an app on their phone. And because of that engagement level, they're more likely to do these types of things to keep themselves healthier.
Pressure is 149/94. Your pulse is 81 beats per minute. Your blood pressure is a bit high today. We will keep monitoring that. Now that we are done taking your vitals, I want to ask you more about how you are feeling. If you are experiencing shortness of breath, is it worse than normal? Anything else you want to tell me?
No.
Because of your results this morning, you need to check in with the nurse to see if there are any adjustments you need to make to your clinical routine. It's outside of regular office hours, but I can still connect you with someone. Would you like me to do so? All right. A nurse will give you a call back on the next business day to see how you are doing. Thanks for your time, and I will talk to you tomorrow. Goodbye.
Rija, just unmute yourself, Rija.
Oh, thank you for the reminder. Okay, so we've just seen the virtual nurse called Molly. Now there are also nurse bots. I don't know if you can identify with that picture there. With deep learning, human-like robot nurses, or nurse bots as they are called, are already being used to support healthcare workers in countries like Japan. And the lack of healthcare workers and an increasingly aging population has made nurse bots imperative with regards to assisting elderly clients with mobilization, bathing, dressing, and even socializing with simple conversations. This triggers a change in the future of care delivery in nursing. So, are our leaders ready? So, where has the vote gone to? So, Sophia, the first social humanoid robot, has won our hearts so much that she has gained citizenship with Saudi Arabia. So, with cutting edge technologies, artificial intelligence can save time, money, and serve patients more efficiently. So, the leaders are quite happy, therefore, to embrace artificial intelligence in nursing education and training as well. But that's a different chapter for another day. Nursing leaders are looking for ways and means to tackle the lack of availability of clinical placements, with the need for more nurses only growing stronger. So using deep learning, we can support and assist in projecting various clinical situations in a safe environment in laboratory settings through the use of robots. There is always a but, isn't there? So what are the buts? Where lay the challenges? Beginning in 2011, the field started to see leaks of progress in this field, and computer scientist Andrew Ng proved that computers can learn what an object is. However, to teach a computer what a cat is, his research involved the use of 10 million online videos of cats. Over time, yes, the computer learned what a cat was. So this means that leaders must carefully regard the resources of cost, time, equipments, and expertise. Are there enough data scientists with the expertise in this industry? Nurses may need to be pulled into this team to help design and deploy new applications. Although it would mean losing nurses from practice and education, it would still increase the scope of nursing. Also in leadership, organizational behavior is something to be considered. Preparing and training professionals to have the right mindset and learn new ways to collect and use patient data is crucial. I remember having a computer when I was doing masters, and that was the first time I owned a computer. And I did struggle with it. And my husband said, a machine is only as good as its user. So training is vital. Now, a key concern for AI users is managing bias. If computer algorithms are trained using biased information, probably of the engineer who set it up, they will give back biased results. With bias comes the issue of algorithm transparency. Does the AI system have the capability to explain the results back to the user? Can robotic engineers advance what robots can do and how they emotionally respond to complex moods and circumstances? What if AI makes a mistake with a wrong nursing diagnosis or decisions? How will leaders manage the safety quotient, and where does the accountability and liability lie? So updating pertinent laws, protocols, standards will be necessary as nursing leadership considers its use. It's vital for nurse leaders to recognize the shift not towards the replacement of nurses, but towards symbiosis and a joint collaboration with AI. AI could serve as a third eye for nurses in clinical practice. There is evidence that suggests that intuition is a key aspect of human decision-making, and therefore AI does not become a replacement for medical intuition. This is something quite intriguing I recently came across. Alan Turing is the man who led the team that broke the Enigma code and helped Britain win the war. And he worked with a team of experts, the best in the country. But even after days and months of work, they couldn't break the Enigma code. And finally, he said, it needs a machine to break a machine. And this is his quote. The interesting question is, just because something thinks differently from you, does that mean it's not thinking? He said, you may like strawberries, I like ice skating. So everybody has different perspectives, everybody has different opinions. It still means that we are all thinking, and we can code artificial intelligence in a distinguished manner to be able to understand emotions and values in nursing diagnosis and incorporate the system into nursing care. On that note, over to you. That's my details on the slide, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bobby. I think the most common, critical input which we are going to get is the time for this entire webinar has been extremely less. We would definitely want more and more inputs from all of you. And I'm sure this is going to be a continuous issue, and we may have, many more such things. Thank you on that note, Mrs. You really were able to shoot the arrow bang on the dot, especially the introduction of data scientists. This is something which we never really ever even thought about. If we are really looking for nurses to have a vital role as a nurse leader to play in the initiation of AI, we need data scientists. We need her to, have a scientific mind to decide this is right and this is wrong, because at no point we would want to take a decision which would harm the nurse as well as the patient in the long run. On that note, we request Mrs. Swapna Joshi, nurse consultant from Tata Hospital, to speak more of the nurse leaders and Indian therapeutics in terms of clinical management in AI perspective. How are we ready and how do we go ahead from here? Over to you, Mrs. Swapna Joshi.
Thank you, Falakshi. I'm sharing the screen. Greetings of the day. Pleasure for me to be a part of this meeting. Thanks a lot, Tarangan and L.T. College of Nursing. I echo with my previous speakers. And coming to the simple meaning of AI is to make machine think and act like a human. In other words, just to remember cognitive technology. I remember in 70s and 80s, during student period, we used to get thrilled working in intensive care units, dealing with the machines, understanding complicated gadgets in ICU, in spite of heavy workload, completing the task with the help of this machine. And we were enjoying it. Today, after 3 to 4 decades, we are here to discuss in virtual meeting about the use of such cognitive and smart machines in clinical area. In fact, in today's date, I would say COVID pandemic made us aware that technology brings us closer if utilized in right direction. So we should have that attitude of right direction. So the basic concept is approach to machine learning need to be integrated in clinical practice to assist nurses in completing the task with speed and efficiency that would not be possible for humans. But the main goal remains that keeping in mind, main goal is to provide quality and safety in patient care management. So the topic is how can a nurse leaders be prepared plan of clinical management and integration of artificial intelligence in nursing. So it was already discussed by my previous speakers. Before discussing AI, we should be aware of threats and fear, which we have already discussed in our by our previous speakers. So the questions which come in our mind is, does AI will replace nurses? Whether the patient around the machine will lose identity? What nurses will do in clinical area? Are our nurses prepared to bring AI into nursing practice? Which are the clinical areas we can think of utilizing AI? So AI integration in nursing will always be man plus machine formula. So not only machine, but man that can be a nurse. So we always discuss about non-nursing jobs done by nurses, which Meera had already explained, which compromises patient care. Today's nurse spend time doing things that should be performed by someone else with different skills. Let us start thinking about integration of AI in clinical practice, reducing non-nursing jobs. AI tools will relieve nurses of these activities, enabling them to focus their efforts on professional activities that utilize the full extent of their education, training, and experience. We should think of this technology as being intended to support rather than replacement. Human touch cannot be replaced. In fact, it will save time and resources, thus giving more time with patients. So looking at it as an extension of nursing rather than replacement. As a nurse leader, I would like to have only these two questions when I will think of integrating AI into nursing practice. How it will help my clinical nurses and how it will benefit my patient. Prajakta had already shared her views on this. So nursing leader should look at it as an opportunity to integrate this cognitive technology to improve quality care, right from prevention to rehabilitation and even in palliative management pathways. It needs democratic and transformational leadership styles to empower nurses. Nursing leaders have a critical role to play in advocating for the just and effective use of AI as a health solutions. To fulfill this responsibility, nurses need information on the widespread reach of AI and perhaps more importantly, how the development and evaluation of these technologies can be influenced. And already my previous speakers have enlightened this topic. So the main fundamental objective of while bringing AI into clinical nursing practice is save time, low cost, and increase accuracy. So when we say we want to bring this technology into nursing practice, preparation and challenges. When we say I need to prepare myself, I need to prepare my nurses, I'm going to face some issues and challenges. Some of these issues are already discussed, but still some of these I would like to highlight on. Before going in detail, I would like to just throw one question to the audience. All of us have one smartphone in our hand. But ask one question to yourself. How many of us know and utilize 100% of functions of the smartphones? The answer is you can give the answers. The same thing will happen with AI. When we want to bring a machines which will help us, my nurse should know each and every part functioning of this, not 99%, but 100%. So empowering nurses and improving their abilities to utilize this. So nursing informatics used improving knowledge and skill. Convincing nurses and other clinicians that this technology will bring result or it will make a difference in patient care. Integration of tools in existing practices, easy to use tool to my nurses in clinical area. Prepare nurses to evaluate and interpret data, to understand functioning of the tools, critically think, analyze, and take clinical decisions. Nurses being the integration of data provided by AI tools. Nurses will need to learn how to integrate AI results into evidence-based nursing practices while balancing information with wisdom gained through nursing experience. Enhancing collaboration with other professionals. Nursing cannot remain as a separate entity. We need to collaborate with information technology, biomedical engineering, manufacturers, as well as multidisciplinary team members. Nurses are integral to the design, development of health information technology. Their inputs right from designing till deploying new applications is important. As Prajakta said, we need to ask, that what we want, so we can get those tools under AI. Enhancing interactions with customers for improving satisfaction. So more involvement of patient in treatment plan for better understanding, which will help us in designing the tools. Creating cooperative AI environment. Smart man or a nurse, you can say, smart machine will give us a better and faster decision. Using AI as a tool to enhance life experience. Growth mindset in organization. Cultivating a growth mindset that embraces new practices and accept failures as a part of process. Culture and leadership are the key to success. Respect the clinicians, that the clinicians have limited time to contribute. Be prepared with essential information, answers to common questions and feedback. Do not forget, AI is coming from developed countries with higher cost at this moment. And in India, we are in developing country and our mindset is always use low cost gadgets. But at the same time, it should provide a quality input. So supporting self-efficient India is important. Developing training and recruitment strategies for creativity, collaboration, empathy, and judgment skills. See that nurses spend more time at bedside and get better understanding of patient needs. Leaders should develop a diverse workforce and team of managers that balances experience with creative and social intelligence. AI in administration is more easier than bringing it into a clinical practices, and most of our hospitals and organizations are started using AI in various departments like procurement, purchase, nursing manpower management, leave management, and so on. So AI in clinical practice, looking at it from nursing process point of view, we can use it in various components of nursing care. Right from assessment. So assessment of patients and analyzing data. I'm not going in detail that some of these are already explained by my previous speakers. So learning and understanding problems with scientific rationale. What we need to do in all this topic is that all these points that we need to explore each point and then think of where we can implement or integrate AI into this aspect of nursing care component. So problem solving, clinical decision making support with tools, enabling proactive and predictive intervention, recommending actions, help in monitoring patients' conditions, assisting in medication management with more accuracy, which is the most important according to me, alarming warning signs, prevention of complications, set the time reminders, electronic data recording, which is in many of the organizations we started using it, anticipate at-risk patients for falls, sepsis, relapse, and so on, nurse patient education and awareness. These will be the general, this will give us a general guidelines or intervention to be done. But do not forget, each patient is a unique. We need to analyze and implement it for each patient. So in conclusion, incorporating new technologies into our care models will require us to become a smart and agile change agents. We expect highly promising aspects of care integration. But whatever is around the corner with augmented intelligence, nurses need to remain engaged to become the true leaders in this electrifying field. Thanking you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mrs. Swapna Joshi. That was an extremely apt summarization of the entire clinical management of AI from a nursing leader's perspective. I welcome Dr. Marina Abraham, acute nurse practitioner. She is going to speak about clinical aspect of AI. However, what we have to really understand is AI has to start with a new nurse from now and in the future. How does a new nurse get ready to face the healthcare in this setup? Over to you, Dr. Marina.
And please unmute.
Marina ma'am, please unmute yourself. Yeah. Ma'am, you are audible to us. You can start speaking.
Okay.
Yes,
Thank you, Madam Balakshi, for the warm welcome. A very good evening to all the distinguished guests, my dear teachers, friends, and fellow alumni. It's an absolute honor to be a part of this panel discussion. Today, I will be talking about artificial intelligence and novice nurses, the graduate nurse training for AI-based technology in the acute care setting, where I'm currently practicing. So we'll briefly talk about the methods used to train graduate nurses in the clinical area over here. The AI-based technology used in acute care settings, and the commonly used electronic health record software and the nursing components. Next, we'll go on to the AI-based technology in the clinical practice. So all of us know that artificial intelligence is in its infant stage. The ones that we have now are the narrow level artificial intelligence. So some of the things that we are using are electronic health record, automated IV pumps, automated medication dispensing units, smart beds, wearable devices, and voice chatting software, which is called Dragon Medical.
Miss Marina, can we have the slide share, please?
Oh, you can see?
We can see, but if you go into a slide vision, if you could go for the slideshow.
just go to the view option.
Either down the hourglass or on top.
At the top, there is a view option or the slideshow option, ma'am, on the top of the panel. Can you just?
Yeah, I can see.
Yeah, can you just click on the slideshow option, ma'am? Or
Otherwise, fine, Marina, you can continue. We can see this.
Yeah. No.
Okay. Okay. Let me just. Okay. So. Okay. Oh, now it's better, right?
Yeah, it's better.
Okay. Sorry about that. So the new graduate nursing program is basically done here through a nurse residency program. This program is of 1 year duration with a 6 months preceptorship. It's basically done through the hospital education department. So the new nurses are basically placed in the intensive care unit, the trauma care, and the knowledge aspect is basically covered by the didactic teaching. And for the skill sets, they go through simulation techniques. The high fidelity mannequins, which mimic high level body functions and altered physiology, like wrong eye, crackles. You can hear heart sounds, normal and abnormal, gallops, murmurs. All these can be simulated, and this is one of the best techniques that can be used to teach new nurses. The nurses have the feel of a real clinical setting. And the next one is virtual simulation that is commonly used here. The one that is used is in the university, in the Texas University, that I have seen is the Second Life Avatar. This is basically an online virtual world where the users can create graphical representation of themselves and they can interact with other objects, other avatars that are, their classmates, their professors. This is actually a very good technique to learn assessment, physical exam, and also evaluation, but not a very good tool for the skills that need fine motor skill, like for example, placing an IV or putting a Foley in. So let's move on to the artificial based technology in the clinical practice that we are using currently. I mentioned this earlier, so I'm not going to go ahead with it again. We'll see a little bit in detail each one of this. So the electronic health record, like most of the panelists mentioned about machine learning. So for machine learning, where do you get the data from? It's from the electronic medical record. So that's where the importance comes. The most commonly used two softwares across the Texas Medical Center is Epic and Cerner. So when the new nurses are, when they come onboarding, during that time, the initial training for them is done by the hospital information technology department, and later they have been given access to the software playground so that they can do virtual learning. They can practice it at home or in the clinical area whenever they have some downtime. There's also unit-based super users, and they're called super users because they have extra training in this software, and they can be contacted for troubleshooting. Next is the preceptor. So all these new nurses work closely with preceptors, and they walk them through the various documentation, and that's how basically they learn. So let me just point out few benefits, just a very few benefits of electronic medical records. It can be used as a risk predictor for fall prevention and also sepsis prevention. It gives the alarm. So if, as a clinician, if you get notified, you go in and evaluate the patient. And then it also increases the compliance for heart failure and MI when it comes to core measures. Next, let's move on to the commonly used nursing components in this electronic medical records. It includes orders, results such as labs, diagnostics, in IVU assessment, nursing assessment, head-to-toe assessment can be recorded, and then also vital signs. And the IV drips that the patient is on can be documented. Specialty flow sheets like intra-aortic balloon pump if the patient is on, and then also medication administration record, and then the clinic note. Let's move on to the automated IV pump. The pump that we use here, I've shown that in the picture. They have guardrails for commonly used IV medications, fluids, and blood products. So basically, you enter the patient's weight and the desired dose. You scan the armband of the patient and a barcode in the medication. The pump does the calculation for you. So that's where the intelligence comes from, I guess. And then it automatically syncs to the electronic medical record. And the benefits, it reduces errors and it ensures patient safety, definitely. The next one is automated medication dispensing unit. The one that we use here is called Pyxis. So you basically sign in using your biometric identity, means your fingerprint. You select the patient and medication to be administered. And the unit automatically dispenses the medication for you. It is shown in the picture over here. And there's also option to waste unused narcotics with a documented witness. Let's move on to the next, which is smart bed. The motion sensor in the bed basically activates the alarm, can be used for fall prevention. And the bed is also used for various position, helps in prevention of pressure sores and also ventilator-associated pneumonia. It weighs the patient, and it helps in, especially in critically ill patients who we cannot get them out of bed to check their weight. So it's very important, especially with heart failure patients where daily weight is very important. So with the new nurses, it's important that you train them with all these new devices, and the basic training when they come to the clinical area is done by their preceptor. Next, I want to mention about few wearable devices. A smartwatch, which is widely common these days. It monitors blood pressure, the EKG rhythm. It'll say if you are in AFib or now. Pulse oximetry. The other one is Freestyle Libre. It's basically, it monitors your blood sugar continuously. It sends data to the clinician, and then the clinician can adjust your insulin or your oral hypoglycemic, or if it's the blood pressure medication. And then the Life Vest, it's a wearable defibrillator. You must have heard of it, or some of you must be already using it in your hospital. So patients, especially this is given to patients with a low ejection fraction when their EF is less than 35%. As you know, they are at high risk for sudden cardiac death. They can go into life-threatening arrhythmia. So you basically send the patient home on this Life Vest, which is shown here. And if the patient goes into ventricular tachycardia or ventricular fibrillation, this device shocks them out of the rhythm and basically save their life. And I also mentioned invasive cardiac monitor. They're not wearable, they are invasive like the term suggests. There's a reveal link. This basically identifies arrhythmia and sends the data to the clinician. And CardioMEMS and Optivol for monitoring volume status. It helps with patients that has heart failure. So this picture here, you see a CardioMEM sitting in the pulmonary artery, and like I mentioned, this is the Life Vest. So one of the nursing responsibility is when you get a patient with all these devices on, you want to notify either the physician or NP, whoever is in charge of the patient. So these things also need to be taught to the new nurses. Last but not the least, the speech recognition software. The one that we use here is called Dragon Medical. It's a handheld microphone attached to the computer, just like you see in the picture. And you can see she's holding this. And then as you speak, it transcribes. There's a window that's open that you can see. I mean, just like I said, it transcribes as you speak, and then it allows editing. And then you finish documenting, and then you see that there are some errors. You always can go back and make the changes. It's a very good tool for documentation. It saves a lot of time. I've been using this for the past 5 years in my practice, and it's very ergonomic. And then it definitely it requires the Dragon software training. Next, I just want to say a few words about the future technology, the smartphone. So what we are envisioning is the real-time communication with the monitor, the bedside monitor, with recommendation for medication titration depending upon the patient's hemodynamic status. So this is going to be an exciting moment for the critical care folks. I know everybody will be very excited once you have this. Next is a smart bed where it ensures continuous monitoring of vital signs. Now we know we need invasive means like Artline or S.N.D.T line for continuous hemodynamic monitoring, but we will be seeing a smart bed in the near future. And then more risk predictors other than fall and sepsis, hypoxia, bradycardia, and also intracranial pressure variation. Now, with that, we have come to the conclusion. Just want to say simulation technique is one of the most effective strategy that can be used to train new nurses in the clinical practice. A, because the environment is very controlled, and B, because there's less fear of making mistakes. And like most of my panelists said, artificial intelligence innovations, it only serves as a support or an extension, and it cannot function as a replacement. So thank you all for your patient hearing, and thank you for inviting me. You can also see the references that I have listed here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Marina. That was an extremely, well stipulated, a very practical input for a novice nurse. And I'm sure these examples would go a long way to assist a nurse to adapt to the technology very, very easily. Especially some of your examples of using a smartwatch, a smart bed, prediction risk, WAP, and beds. The list is huge. And I think each and every activity which the nurse is going to pick up as a part of her AI input is valuable in its own way. How are we going to do this in India? Will that be difficult? Is technology so difficult for an Indian nurse? I don't think so. But to speak more on this topic and allow us to take up as a benefit or a challenge in an Indian scenario for a new nurse, we invite Dr. Claire De Mello. Uh, can't hear you. Could someone help Claire to unmute herself? I think the host has muted everyone. Claire, we can't hear you.
Miss Claire, can you unmute yourself?
And we have unmuted.
We have unmuted her actually.
Yeah.
Unmute you.
Can you hear me now, ma'am?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Good evening to everyone. Can I be heard?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, ma'am.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Respected principals, faculty of LT College of Nursing, students, and my nursing colleagues from across the world. I am indeed grateful and honored to be invited to be part of this conference, which is going on for 3 days. Thank you to everyone and welcome to this program. As an introduction, we all know that in India, we are still in the preliminary stage, and the time has come for us to start exploring the vast world of AI in the medical and nursing fraternity and begin to evaluate our nurses on the multifaceted use of AI. Can you see me and hear me?
Yes, we can.
Ms. Shobha?
Yes, ma'am. You're visible as well as audible, ma'am.
Yes, Miss Claire, we can hear you.
You can continue.
Can you see me?
Yes, ma'am.
We
Yes,
can
ma'am.
hear. And we can see you also.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you see me now?
Yes, ma'am. You're visible as well as audible.
Okay. I'd like to have my screen share now. Can I start it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I think I have a problem. Ms. Shobha, can you help me, Dr. Shobha?
You want me to share the screen?
Yes, please, if it's possible. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Yes, ma'am. You're audible, ma'am.
Okay, but I cannot see. Can I see? Like all this time I was seeing.
Just give me a minute, Miss Claire.
Okay, thank you.
Is the screen visible?
Yeah, okay, thank you so much. Okay, good evening, everyone. Respected principals, faculty of LT College of Nursing, students, and my nursing colleagues from across the world. I am indeed honored to be invited to be part of this conference. As we all know, in India, we are still in the preliminary stage, and the time has come for us to start exploring the vast world of artificial intelligence in the medical and nursing fraternity and begin to educate our nurses on the multifaceted use of AI. Next, please. Our intelligence is what makes us humans, and AI is an extension of that quality. Artificial intelligence has been described in many ways, and the definition has been given as the previous speakers have been there in panel 1 and panel 2. So I will not talk about the definition, but just to say it's like a new electricity. Just as the invention of electricity transformed the way we live, work, and play, AI is also posed to transform the world we live in. In India, an AI-embedded medical care plays the role of an informative assistant that would enable the healthcare professional to gain an understanding of meaningful patterns from data collection and eventually save a lot of time, effort, and cost through easy access, unbiased and consistent and good quality diagnosis, treatment, and care. Being a nurse is a highly professional, demanding profession. We know nursing is a science and an art. Nurses give holistic care to their patients using the intelligent quotient, emotional quotient, and social quotient. However, innovations, as it requires the care of what makes a good nurse, that is paying attention, being empathic towards our patient, it cannot be replaced by robotics. But the innovations that have been made in artificial technology can help the nurse in various areas, which we've already seen the benefits of both supervised and unsupervised AI in the nursing field. AI and the novice nurses. The novice nurses should be trained about the following benefits in AI, which are, some of them are robotics to cut back on monotonous tasks, mainly in medication management, disinfection, carrying out medical devices, lifting the patients, navigating and greeting patients and relatives in the hospital are some of which the tasks which a robot could support. Telemedicine to reach isolated communities. This is now a practice which we have seen so much enforced during the pandemic. We in India don't have only the urban class, we have also the rural class where public health nurses can use telemedication to reach out to all the patients, especially in this COVID pandemic in various parts of India. Telehealth nursing is also possible both in the emergency and non-emergency situations. The nurse in the AR or on the video conferencing can assist the patients in triaging them, in solving smooth problems. So that when she can do a lot of problem solving, counseling on the phone itself, and then she can decide which problems can be solved by giving the advice, and also which problems need to then be further referred to a consultant for further management and care. We have also the drawing blood with technology, which is a vein viewer or a vein spy. That is something which the novice nurse needs to be trained not only in a student period, also during the induction when they are employed in the nursing hospitals. Explaining complicated medical language with 3D printing. This is something now we've also done in our patient care area, especially the nurses have done and implemented when we have looked after COVID patients. Many times we don't have a relative with the patient. Therefore, we need to teach the patient and also teach the relatives. So we have modified and come up with a lot of videos where we have shown them how to monitor their blood sugar levels at home, how to do their own administration of insulin to the pen device or the insulin with the syringe, how to take their own vital parameters with their blood test, vital parameters like blood pressure, heart rate, with simple pulse oximeter, and then record it and keep those records, and then talk to their doctors and tell them on a daily basis how their progress is going on. We also have discharge procedures or discharge instructions for many of the patients who have had various bypass surgery, who have renal transplants. So all this can be done in a 3D form where the patients can learn or have these videos learning. Next, please. We have a lot of, like I was telling you, or even otherwise abroad, there are a lot of patients who have the voice simulators to take their pills several times a day. We in India have the DOTS program where initially they had to go to the center to for a visual observation to take their pills. Now we can use the simulators to remind the patients when they need to take the pills at different times of the day. We also had a lot of portable diagnostics for improved patient care. Here we had pocket-sized, user-friendly diagnostic devices, something like continuous, like Marina said, a continuous HGT monitoring, which is a subcutaneous device which is inserted into the patient. We get a 24-hour reading of his glucose monitoring, and that can be read into the fed into your computer system where you get a graph. You can then give this to your consultant, endocrinologist, and he can review it and then give you your insulin administration accordingly. We also have the pulse oximeter, which came in very good use during the pandemic, where we were given to each and every patient. We taught them how to use it. This helped us a lot in early detection, in an understanding the disease condition, when the saturation dropped sometimes, when they were straining for a stool, or sometimes even after the bathing, the saturation dropped down, and then we were able to take early intervention, shift them to the ICU, and the outcomes were therefore much better than if we didn't have the device of the pulse oximeter. We have the artificial intelligence against cumbersome tasks, which would also help a nurse to decrease their workload. Virtual reality for education and evaluating pain. Right now, we are using virtual reality for this conference. So I'm sure many of the novice nurses or student nurses who are online with this. Nurses today are very techno savvy compared to what we were in our time. Many of or even children in school today are using the technology of virtual education right from the KG class to further on different classes with their teachers. So I'm sure the nurses, when they join in for BSc nursing or GNM nursing, are already smart enough in using this technology. It's just that we have to handhold them in training them a little more further. There we have a lot of virtual stimulations which could support the training phases of nurses and to prepare them for situations such as a cardiac arrest. We also have a system called a Lucas, which we have in many hospitals, which is a device that is used to give precise cardiac compressions, which will take away the burden of manual compressions, which we were used to earlier in our practice. So this portable mechanical chest compression gives the sudden, high quality, consistent chest compressions and therefore increases the outcome. Some of the hospitals also have chart boards or small robots or digital pills for better medication administration. Like Marina said abroad, or even the previous speaker, I think Raji spoke about having Molly as a guide to help you. There also abroad has come a guide or an app called Florence, which is a personal nurse, which she can tell you to take your pills, which might be a handy feature, especially for older patients. Okay, AI and the nervous nurse. Now, research shows that between 8% and 16% of nursing time is spent on non-nursing activities. So nurses with the robotic support will have the ability to take back this time and spend it and give quality care to our patients. We have said about the robots performing various functions. I will not go into that, but the nervous nurse needs to be given this basic knowledge and understanding right from the student period. Also, when she comes into our hospital, when we employ them, we have a week-long induction program, so we can take the theory, practical, We have simulators which can be used. We need not purchase every one. We have so many companies which we can use them for their inputs, and they can bring in their simulators to train our nurses so that they have the hands-on training. We can also cultivate a culture of techno-savvy nurse, and we can also keep on having the CNEs and mock drills to ensure that the art is ongoing in our nurses. As we all know, the science and art is there in nursing. So nurses can be also the key helping in organizations to implement and adopt the AI technology in transformation as they practice this in the development and evaluation of new applications that will shape the future of patient care. Next, please. These are some of the applications and benefits. I will not go into all of them because I'm sure we will be discussing many of them in detail in the next 2 days. I just wanted to say something that we have a patient support app in our hospital, that is in Saifi Hospital, which has been developed by our IT department. It is called a Check Trust PAL or CT PAL. It is used to enhance the patient experience. Patients receive a web link as soon as they complete the registration process. This app serves as a handy book for them and providing end-to-end information about the hospital, the services, the facilities, rules and regulations, the doctors, and the support staff. The Saifi Hospital IT team was confirmed with this Leading Technology Integrated Hospital Award in 2009. So some of them, I'm not going to repeat this all because I'm sure we'll be talking all about this in the next 2 days. We have some of the challenges which we'll be facing in India. Okay, so algorithms and robots are changing the nursing roles, and we will also definitely face some challenges because we are a small population which are in urban hospitals or corporate hospitals who are using this AI technology. We have to also make sure in India that it reaches our general public, which is in the rural population. So understanding the emotion of a patient is a challenge because that only as a personal touch we can do it. Issues of security and privacy are also a challenge. Potential lack of interoperability with many other platforms because it requires a lot of interfacing with IT and computer companies. We need also higher standards of performance at the very least in performing this human touch. And the robots definitely have, there'll be a blindness to emotional cues from patients. That is which something nurses can do with their, being at the bedside of patients. Next, please. So the mindset of the team of new nurses must be open to growth. We should be prepared to new ways to harvest and utilize this patient data. When integrating a tool into the existing practice, it is essential to offer word of the mouth frontline stories that complement the training sessions. We should be sure that these tools we choose to integrate are user friendly and that they outweigh the interpretation and that the nurse is always intuitive and ready to learn. And the main goal is that patient care benefits from this integration of artificial intelligence. So nurses should be able to use this at the same time, spend more time at the bedside to understand their patients' medical conditions and needs better as a result of this implementation. In conclusion, with the rapid pace of AI, these apps are being developed for the healthcare setting. Nurses will be involved in creating or testing at an integratory system. So nurses with our experience, our knowledge, our skill will then have the transition to learning new ways of thinking about and processing information. The nurse will become an information integrator, a health coach, and a deliverer of human care supported by AI technologies, but not replaced by them. So I'd like to say that novice nurses can be easily molded and trained to apply artificial intelligence in their practice, and so that we can turn nurses into superheroes aided with technology. Thank you, everyone. I take this opportunity once again to thank the organizing team at LTCN and Tarangan for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Claire. That was extremely aptly summarized. with the way it was, shared, I don't think so a novice nurse would really have a problem whether she's placed in India or she's placed in anywhere in the global scenario to pick up these technological inputs and be able to give an extremely positive outlook towards her patient care contributions. It was a very well, put panel today. We spoke about the clinical applications, we spoke about the leadership roles, we spoke about training development benefits and challenges. Thank you, Tarangan. This has been an extremely delightful input for each and every one who participated as well as who contributed to share their inputs. I think in the want of time, let's avoid the question and the sessions. But however, the questions which have been, shared may be shared further to the panelists, and I'm sure they will be able to share their inputs on a platform which can be approached by everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Palakshi. Am I audible, Sachi?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Thank you, Ma'am Palakshi. The questions and answers. The questions were already answered by Dr. Meera Achrekar, Dr. Nancy Fernandez, and Dr. Rupali Salvi. Thank you for answering those questions. I take the honor to thank this panel members, Chairperson, one of the deemed personalities, Dr. Palakshi Manjrekar, our eminent panelists, Madam Rainy David, Madam Juliet Vergis, Madam Richa Bobby, Madam Swapna Joshi, Madam Marina Joseph, and Madam Claire de Mello for creating deeper cognition in artificial intelligence. Thank you once again to all the panelists of second panel. Thank you very, very much. I hand over myself to Madam Deepa Sakardekar.
Thank you, Dr. Akanksha. And now, without wasting much time, let us move on to the next session. Here we come to listen to the voice of few of our leaders, our nursing leaders, and to introduce them, I invite Ms. Sebin Bijo and Ms. Rebecca Anand, faculties of LT College of Nursing. Over to you, Ms. Sebin and Ms. Rebecca.
Thank you, ma'am. It's my pleasure to introduce the panelists. We have Madam Shaila Bhalikar as the chairperson and also the Tarangan vice president. Madam has completed her master's in child health nursing. Madam has worked as a clinical instructor, assistant lecturer, head of pediatric nursing, matron, and director of nursing. Ma'am has planned and implemented critical care nursing course, home care services, stoma and wound management clinic, comprehensive operating room nursing and management. She has worked towards ISO, JCIA, NABH certification and has undertaken nursing audits. Madam is a member of various organizations and has participated and presented papers in state, national, and workshops and seminars. We welcome you, ma'am. We have Dr. Swati Rane with us. Madam is the Vice President of Clinical Nursing Research Society. Madam has a PhD from TIS, Masters in Hospital Administration, Certificate course in HRD and Management, Founder, Vice President, Clinical Nursing Research Society, Founder of Healthcare Synergy Consulting, Consultant and Business Advisory at HealthBridge Advisory Private Limited, Manager Projects for Wockhardt Hospital Limited, Consultant for the Commissioning Project and Developing SOPs for Hospitals, HOD, Recruitment and Procurement at Saifi Hospital, Principal Consultant at Hosmac India Private Limited, Executive Operations of Apollo Health and Lifestyle Limited. Madam has also worked as a staff nurse and she has received awards for paper presentation and publications. We welcome you, ma'am. Our next panelist is Ms. Madhura Mure. Madam has completed MSc Nursing in MedSurg and also has a MA degree. She has completed PG Diploma in Hospital and Healthcare Management. She has total 22 years of experience in clinical, teaching, and nursing administration. Madam has worked with Lilavati Hospital and Research Center as Deputy Chief Nursing Services, Staff Development Coordinator, nurse educator, ICN, and also in the SICU. Achievements. Madam was a course coordinator for post-basic diploma in critical care nursing course, trained in CRRT from Gambro, Singapore, certified BLS instructor, internal assessor for Lilavati Hospital and Research Center, and has also completed NABH assessor course. I hand over to Ms. Rebecca Anand. Over to you, Ms. Rebecca. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sebin. It is my pleasure to introduce our next panelist, Ms. Praveera Mahadalkar, Professor of Bharati Vidyapeth University, College of Nursing, Pune. Madam has completed her courses in embryo osteotherapy. She is a personal counselor and also completed postgraduate diploma in education management. Madam has work experiences of staff nurse for 2 years, assistant lecturer to professor, class coordinator, clinical coordinator, and vice principal. Her publications are research articles in International Journal 10, conference proceedings routine. Madam has organized conferences, workshops, and health camps. She is also a member of various professional bodies and involved in various extension activities. We welcome you, ma'am. Our next panelist is Ms. Meenal Rani, Principal of IPM IHS College of Nursing. Madam has completed her MSc Nursing, specialized in Community Health Nursing, Diploma in Hospital Administration. She is a member of Academic Council, Maharashtra University of Health Science, Nashik, and various other professional bodies. Madam has published more than 6 national papers. Madam has number of certification courses to her credit. She has worked under the designation of principal, vice principal, nursing tutor, nursing officer, staff nurse in different hospitals. She has undertaken community projects and organized various programs. She has also been awarded for special work. To name few are epidemic emergencies, mines accident emergency, earthquake emergency, gas explosion emergency, and bomb blast emergency. She was also an organizer for Pulse Polio program. Madam has received Commercial Puraskar Best Nurse Award at national level. Madam has various publications to her credit. We welcome you, ma'am. I now hand over to our chairperson, Madam Shaila Parekar, Tarangan Vice President, to continue the public session.
Am I audible? No?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Hello?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Good evening, everybody. For the last 4 hours, I think, more than 4 hours, 4.5 hours, we had a very interesting, very very, a lot of efforts have been taken by the seniors and lecturers, and also there was a talk on AI, artificial intelligence. Okay, now I'm having a 4 panelists who will be voicing out on the first two will be voicing on the panel 1, and remaining 2 will be voicing on panel 2 second. So I shall now hand over to Swati Rane.
Good evening to all, and good morning and good afternoon to our international viewers. I thank Madam Bhalekar to give me the floor. And before that, I would like to thank my alma mater, LT College of Nursing and Tarangan, for giving me this opportunity to come here as a leader. But I always feel I'm a student whenever I come to LT College of Nursing, because there are so many of my seniors here, teachers, friends and alumni, always bless me with all of their knowledge, and I feel novice daily whenever I talk to them. So thank you again. Coming to our topic, I think the first panel was dealt very well from the introduction of the basics of artificial intelligence by starting with Pearl Cruz, then Sudhayaji, then Nancy, then Dr. Meera and Prajakta. And they gave us an overall view about this. And I feel now that we are, as Madam Bhalekar rightly said, for past 4 hours, AI is not new to us. We now know very well what is AI. As a as the topic says that we have to voice out, I think most of the things we have understood that AI is the need of the hour, and it is needed, of course, and we are going to go for it. And nurses, as we all know, we are not scared. Okay, so nurses are always leaders, be it a student nurse or be it a nurse at the topmost level. So we will take it on and we will go ahead. So we are the vanguards, I could say. Somewhere as a nurse, I always felt a bit scared with technology. I don't know why, especially when we are taking the care aspect, okay, and the context to the care and ethics and the values which especially I think as a LTCN, it is ingrained in us that the need of the patient and the way you give care, it should be with ethics involved in it. And somewhere I feel when the robot comes, it is done by or it is engineered by an engineer. And I feel here is a role of a nurse leader to be with the engineer and sit with him and design the robot as per the care needed. Somewhere I also read that AI or the robots are utilized more in the elderly care. But again, in the elderly care, uh, are we addressing the issues of dignity, privacy? So all these issues are very much important. As an I think as a nurse, we are uh, always with it. So I think we have to bring in the framework, okay, in context to our nursing practice. What type of context we are going to use the robot or AI, and what are the moral elements? What is the responsibility? What is the attentiveness? What is the competence? What is the responsiveness? Which I think these care robots or robot may need to be designed in that way. So there should be something called as care-centered, value-sensitive design, where a nurse can sit with these designers and help, like how in my previous experience, I used to sit with the architects and design the nursing areas or the hospital planning, okay, as per the requirement of the nurse, the patient, and the doctor. So I feel that is one thing which we have to be very adamant about when we are going to go with this artificial technology or artificial intelligence. So that was from my point of view. Second thing, I feel that we are drowning in data. So much of big data is there, but starving for information. So we have to be very clear that what information are we seeking. Just going behind the data, I don't think so. I think nurse scientists, data scientists are the key, which are I think all our educationists who are there here, they have to plan nursing curriculum, okay, with this part, because we cannot be behind. And looking at COVID and the shortages of nurses, we have to plan what care aspect can we give it or outsource it to the robots. So that is the thing which I feel I felt looking at all the things. And today's nurse leaders, the CNOs, are already daunted and challenged with so much of issues. Okay, from the earlier the nurses were not involved in budgeting or ROI or the costing part, but today we are. So we have to be very clear what part as a CNO I'm going to give to the robots or artificial intelligence, and what part I'm going to keep it with my nurses. So with that, I think I will stop here because Madhura is going to tell you more. I'm not going to eat more of your time. And I thank again to each one of you all and wish you all the best with AI and technology. But we shouldn't forget that we are nurses first. And as a nurse, care is our part. Okay. Nursing care is ours, only of nurses. There is no doctor, no technician, nobody. So without that, patient will not be satisfied, care is incomplete, and without care, there is no healing done. So be with that. Keep that thing. Nursing care is the most important. Whatever comes, nursing care, nobody can touch without a nurse. And all the best to all my nurses. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Can I start?
Yes, ma'am. You can start.
Okay.
Yes.
Good evening, everyone. Respected Principal Madam of L.T. College of Nursing, uh, Tarangan executive members, my teachers, mentors, and all nursing professionals across the globe. It gives me immense pleasure to be part of this grand virtual conference organized by Tarangan. My previous speakers and eminent experts have vividly explained the role of technology and AI in nursing. I'm just going to sum up and with fewer additions. At the beginning, I would like to quote CEO of Amazon. He said, "We are at the beginning of a golden age in AI, and we have only scratched the surface of what's possible." So that means there's a whole new world of technology that awaits us as technology permeates every aspect of our daily lives, like from smartphones to smart watches, TV, computers, as explained so well by Pearl in her session. So, definitely using technology in health management and care coordination is becoming a core skill needed in the nursing profession. But the path to AI success is hard and it will take time. As explained by Madam Meera in her session, that AI is not magic. It requires rigor, logical thinking, long term strategy, with patience to do multiple iterations to get the result. So, there is a science and well thought algorithm behind all artificial solutions. And nurses will definitely be playing the key role in developing it as they are at the center of patient care. They are end users, and as explained by Madam Prajakta, they will be used to customize these algorithms. Nursing leaders must take steps to embed digital literacy and transformation firmly in education and practice and across all parts of nursing development and clinical practice. As Madam Nancy had put in the message that nursing informatics is part of MSc program since last 10 years. When we were students at that time, it wasn't. So I'm glad that that is now a part of the curriculum. So when these novice, graduates, they come into the clinical practice field, it becomes really easy for them to understand and handle technology along with the healthcare. So AI is going to benefit our profession as explained by earlier speakers. All our life in our ICUs, we've been using syringe pumps, IBP machine, ventilators, simulators, defibrillators, etc. All these are part of this the growing technology. So further to that, AI is going to benefit our profession, namely by overcoming nursing shortages, improving patient care, ensuring patient safety, point of care testing, and access to bedside results, the PAC system, the radiological results that we can see actually on at the bedside on the monitors, reducing the time to identify and diagnose, improving scheduling softwares enable staff to maintain standard of care across, and also helps in handovers and in between transfers to the patients. So thus thereby delivering faster care. Even our care plans, our care pathways are part of these developments. Digital assistants with various apps like blood sugar monitoring and accordingly insulin titration, sepsis management protocols, cardiac monitoring, ETCO2 monitoring, the hoist, computer assisted surgeries, all that we have been using and integrated in our clinical practice. So for hospital management, they can also view the data online about number of admission, transfers, discharges, any patient, what is the patient feedback, or any patient complaints, the quality indicators data. And recently, NABH also has started virtual assessments. That means online assessments are being conducted. So as Madam Alka had explained about chatbots, robots, sophisticated sensor machines, so this will all make the nurses' work much more easier in their clinical practice. So innovations will relieve our burden when it comes to repetitive tasks. But the rapid growth of technology in healthcare has identified potential obstacles and challenges that was covered so well by Madam Nancy and Madam Prajakta. So uh, only thing is that that was about lack of human empathy, generational divide, etc. So by understanding the challenges, training our staff in the right direction, we can have smart nurses working with technology. So we should welcome these innovation in our profession. Just a word about COVID and technology. COVID pandemic, as everyone has discussed earlier, has brought about effective use of technology in healthcare sector all over the world. Today, we are converging technologies like mobile, cloud, analytics, robotics, AI, machine learning, 4G, 5G, high-speed internet. It has become possible to test several innovative approach during this pandemic response. It was helpful for risk assessment, forecasting the spread of infection, genetic sequencing of the virus and finding newer drugs, contactless movement and deliveries, distance learning as we are doing now, online entertainment, robotics, etc., and even facial recognition technologies along with data can accurately identify people even if they are with their mask. So to put in nutshell, reality is AI has and AI is making huge progress with each passing day. This in turn will help us to improve our lives and make it simpler. These AI solutions will help to reduce clinical errors and administrative delays that can impact the overall quality of care provided to our patients. We are moving towards a completely new and hopefully a very brighter future. And this is possible if we direct our AI knowledge in the right direction. Lastly, the nursing leaders and we, the nursing professionals, need to embrace this technology, adapt to the changing times, implement it in nursing practice, train, retrain our staff, motivate our staff to use it, try and test and retry the results, and lastly, have patience with technology for improved patient care. I would like to conclude by saying artificial intelligence is the future and the future is here. Thank you very much once again.
Now we call upon Ms. Praveena Madalkar.
Praveena ma'am, please unmute yourself.
Thank you, Tarangan and LTCM for this opportunity. Greetings of the day. I feel quite at home with looking at the known faces and meeting some of them after a long time. Dr. Falakshi had done a fantastic job, and under her leadership, the second panel very aptly brought out the key points. What were there? There are just one or two things that I would like to add. Like, we know that India is a densely populated country, and COVID pandemic has really shown us our strength or sometimes the weakness of our healthcare system to cater to the health needs of this large population. 2018 NITI Aayog, NITI stands for National Institution for Transformation of India. Now we don't have any more planning commissions, we have NITI Aayog. There's a discussion paper on national strategy for artificial intelligence. Today we have got so much of information about AI, and I would not like to go into details of this, but I would request all of you all to go as nurse leaders to see this document. Now, decision making in clinical practice and operations, it is said, is most of the times was based on little or no data. We talk so much about evidence-based practice, but then always the HOD is the right person and he is the decision maker and he's the one who takes the responsibility. That is how we used to function. But this is no more going to happen. So AI, they say, is relatively a new concept in healthcare, particularly nursing practice, which would give us high quality and safe patient care. And this will also reduce our burden in the healthcare and also in the education area. This involves big data. Now, big data management systems are entering into healthcare industry. They are difficult to aggregate and analyze. And nurses are yet to group, grasp, and use this data to its full extent and full potential and reap its benefit with greater comprehension of the AI. We really have to gear ourselves to meet this challenge. Nurses can be in the forefront of embracing and encouraging its use in clinical practice. The hospitals of tomorrow are now going to be digital hospitals. So many times we have so many bright ideas and we don't know where to tell. Now we have digital think tanks and we can all contribute and see how we can improve our health system. There are a lot of healthcare startups, so we know what are the new things that have come up. Even in NRHM, you'll see the Anmol app, or every ANM is given an tab. And ANM is now available online. Who generates or who brings in a lot of data from the population from where who is under her care. Now, when I was going through this, I also found one US-based NGO, Health Information and Management System Society. Please note down HIMSS. They have an Indian chapter which started in 2010, and on the 6th and 7th of November, they have a virtual conference and exhibition which is free. So those interested can join. I have joined this. And I would also like to say that nursing leaders, are we prepared? See, INC is now having a live register. So we know how many nurses were trained, we knew, but where they are, whether they are live or dead or whether they are retired, we did not know. So now each nurse will have a unique ID number and a real-time data would be available on the number of nurses, their education, their current employment and things like that. So this data could be used for planning. Then thinking about whether nursing, whether, like it will take away the employment of the nurses, not so. Now we have to go in for interdisciplinary learning. And as very rightly said that we need more data scientists. And if you look at the course of data scientists, our graduate nurses are eligible. So it is not just having a 10 hours of input or maybe having a small course, become a full-fledged data scientist so that we are able to take ahead the nursing point of view in this area. We have seen an intense automation in the food industry, in the manufacturing industry, were booming. And also the healthcare industry cannot be left behind. Even in the foreign countries, when we read the reviews and other things, they said, healthcare industry is going ahead, pharma industry is going ahead, but the nurses are not, meeting that pace or challenge. So there is a prediction, it's been predicted that many nurses will eventually become higher level delegators, overseeing patient care and coordinating other workers and technologies to ensure appropriate nursing care is delivered. Because one nice definition I found of AI is the study of how to make the computers do the things at which at the moment people are better. This was given by Rich and Knight in 1991. Now this will be the new nurse's role and we have to gear for it. With that, I end. Thank you.
Now I call upon Madam Meenal Rane.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, you can start.
Yes, ma'am. I can see. You can see me?
Yeah, ma'am, we can see you.
Yes. Uh, First, thank you to our Tarangan team and the organizing committee for giving us this golden opportunity on this platform. So this is our panel 2 discussion, and I think the start was very good by our Madam Palakshi. And I can say that really Madam Palakshi has given some valuable point in that, and that she says that whatever it may be, but machine can come in our nursing. They can do it so many tasks which are we can say the repeated tasks, so they can do it that. But same time she said that as per our international nursing code, three things always we consider, that is patient safety, ethical aspects, and some of the things are there, our safety measures with the patients, like the communication. But the three things are very important in that, and she really stated very nicely that though the machine will come, but these three things are no one can replace. Machine cannot do it that. So nicely she spoke about it. And lastly, she said that, but some of the many things are there in our clinical or in our community also, that work can be allotted to the this our AI. AI can do it that. It is not that they cannot do. They can do the many things. Like many of the our speakers, they explained that so many gadgets are there, so many machines are there, and they are doing the excellent work. They are supporting to our nursing. They are supporting to our healthcare. Nicely, the ma'am has stated about it. And then she said that the repeated task, which really needs the some like no any human touch on it, that can be done with the machine. Then the next very important thing today I have learned the simple definition of the AI that the ma'am Sapna has given to us. That she said that cognitive training to the machine we are giving for what? For our maximum comfort and with minimum effort. Like that she said, and I like that definition very nicely. At same time, she said that this AI technology, it is from the developed country, and cost is very high, financial investment is very high in that. So India is not that at that level. So how we can do it about it? But I can say that yes, cost is very high, but we can decrease the cost. How we can decrease the cost? So we can have lots of nurses with us. They have the very good brain. Only thing we can stimulate that brain, and nurses can think, and they can make intelligent tools, and that tools that whatever they are making that, so that will be according to the health needs of our today's healthcare system. And in our India, whatever it is there, so with that minimum cost, they can prepare it, because now the current generation is having lots of knowledge about the technology, and many of the technologies they're part of their today's their life, so they can understand in better way. Only thing that we have to motivate them, and where to they should think in a that way, and they should make that intelligent tools. And this is very important for in the today's this thing. Then our next this Rija very nicely she said that virtual nurse, she has shown that, and the virtual nurse can how she can guide the patient and how she can minimize their many of the confusion, like that very nicely she has played that video. But the same time she had not forgot to strengthen that the emotions of the human beings are very very important, and that care we have to take it differently. Means our own nurse can take that care, but a virtual nurse is cannot be going to fulfill that. Very nicely she said that. Then the Juliet has very nicely she said that supervised and unsupervised learning, and what are the tasks. And she said that there are many tasks, many situations, many you can say the interventions are there. So if you allot that intervention which will need the some which is not related to the very complex human this thing, so that can be unsupervised, and which are very related to the human related to human complex or the human feelings, so that can be supervised. Like that she said very nicely, and I also agree that the supervisor and supervised, you have to, if the nurse is quite intelligent, she can nicely delegate the supervised and unsupervised work, and this situation can be handled very well if she is really trained and she is having the really the that much decision making capacity. Then the Rainy has very, I can say that she said that accuracy can be, she has brought the accuracy in her institution. Data management she had done with that, all this with the AI, this thing she said very nicely. But one thing she brought it very, you can say the, I can say very intelligently that there is a data scientific manager role can be there for the nurses. Yes, what she said, it is very rightly, because in future, the what will happen, there is a career advancement for the nurses will be available, and in that many positions, many thought process will be there, and many things for the nurses will be there, and the nurses should take that position and that career advancement. And like one of the position already she has shown, that scientific data manager. Yes, like this many posts will come if really we are learn this. Then this Rainy again, she has said that the nurse can in future, if she is really doing all these things, like in future the nurses will be can we can say the role model. Not only the role model, they will be master in that healthcare system to manage this AI. So like that she said very nicely. And again, the ma'am Sapna has said that what will happen to the our like if the machine comes that, so what will happen our human touch? Yes, we cannot replace the this human touch with any other this thing. So human touch will be there, because always we say that only the human can give the human touch, not the machine. And that Sapna madam has said very well. And I also say that the human touch is always there. Without that, nursing is not a complete. That is the things will be there. Then another thing that Mariamma is shown the very nice small the big machines which are in her hospital, and how it is going very nicely, how the new nurses is handling. So she brought the point that new nurses training. Yes, we have to give the training, because the new generation, who will train them? We are the leader. We have to train them. We have to make it them to think about this technology on an abstract level, and we have to motivate them. Then they will think. Otherwise, how it is possible? Then what is the role of the leader? That is also I want to mention here, that we are developing the curriculum. We are developing our syllabus. Already the this one Mandakar madam already stated that what the INC is doing. But these are the curriculum if we just restructure or restructuring if we start, because it's a high time to restructure. And this AI, this technology, if we bring it in our syllabus, so definitely this is the new learning. And after, of course, the training, CNE is there, so many other things are there, so they can learn in that. But this should be inculcated in our present nursing curriculum. That is very, very important. Then another thing is that Dimalo ma'am has nicely said that how the our Indian nurses are there.
Excuse me, Madam Meenal, 5 minutes
Yes,
is over.
one minute. So she said that now in our rural area, how the things are there. But you can say the Anganwadi worker with a simple your oximeter, she had diagnosed the many COVID 19 patient. So that they had done it. So last but not least, what I can say that without without emotion, we cannot, human cannot be there. We cannot say that that is a human. Or without, you can say the your nurses touch, healing cannot be there. It is incomplete. And without today, without integrating the AI in our care, the nursing will be the incomplete. That's the our today's message. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Madam Shaila, can you unmute yourself?
Hello, good evening, everybody. So far, we had an excellent presentation from all the panelists. Also, my four leaders who have given invoice, they've given their opinion, what others have said. Now, without wasting time, I'm not going to go to the basics of AI, but I was requested, since my experience in nursing administration is more, I was requested to speak on AI in nursing administration, how it can be useful. Now, I just want to specify here that nursing service, like whatever AI can help for nursing personnel and patient, will be the first priority of any organization. With that, personnel and HR, like I was dealing with the personnel. the long group was, a big group was there along with me in nursing, okay, at different cadres. So this will be given less preference, and that is why whatever little can be done is what I have utilized it and I have used it. Especially it is only the digitalization of data. Okay, can I have my slide, please?
Hello, ma'am. You want to have slide share?
Yes. Yes.
You have sent your slide share, ma'am.
Not me. Alka was to send. You haven't not reached. Okay, doesn't matter. I'll just speak about it. Some confusion. Anyway, see, the first thing is digitalization.
Shaila, sorry to interrupt. Shobha, really, I have sent it to you, but I will now share it for Shaila. No, 1 minute.
Yeah. Hello.
Yes, Shaila, you can start.
Yeah. Hello.
Shaila, please start.
Yes, artificial intelligence in nursing administration. I've already explained. In nursing administration will be given second preference. First, it will be for patient care and the patient. Next, please. The first thing is digitalization of personal data for every nursing employee. So, olden days, we had to save the file. And as the nursing population is always moving, nearly 200 to 300 nurses in big hospital resign and go, and there is a new population is coming. So you can understand the volume of the personal file. So this was really helping. This will really help for the nursing directors or nursing administrator to maintain the employee record. Next is storehouse data. In storehouse data, first thing is the nurses who are aspiring to take up a job in institution. We have a provision. We have on the website. We had an application form, and those who used to come or those who can see the website, they can go through the website, open the application, and fill the form. So naturally, the application, the nurses' data was ready. The administrator can pull out the nurses which is fitting to their situation, the administration, and can call for the interview, select them, and they can be ready for appointment. Next is individual record of employee regarding leave, absenteeism, punctuality, and overtime. Now, this is also very essential because the nursing administrator must have an idea how much leave has been taken by each one. So each employee's record will be there. If it is compiled, will have the benefit to the nursing administration and even the management. Next is the disciplinary action taken on the employee. Then performance appraisal quarterly, half yearly, and annually of each employee. This all data is compiled. Now this data helps next is annual promotion and increments, which are given annually to the employees. Now, see, only the data was fed, but there was no sort of an alarm or something, like some salient points or important point should be shown, and it is an alertness for the director or nursing administration. That is still missing, and probably some hospitals, newer hospitals may be having that facility, but it is not in all the hospitals. So if the digitalization or the AI is coming to the personal, to the nursing director for personal data, then they may have the alert on particular aspects. Next. Annual departmental performance report can be prepared on the this is storehouse data. As I have already explained, that the nursing director or administrator can prepare the annual departmental performance report and analyze it, which facility is still not there. Maybe some hospital may have it, and this analyzed report will help her to make the improvement in the performance of the department. Next. Future of action of improvement. Once the report is ready, she analyzes, she can prepare a future action for improvement of the department. So this is what is existing in certain hospitals. As I said, it may be more advanced in other hospitals, the newer hospitals. I think I have finished the topic. Thank you so much. And it was really pleasurable activity, and also improved the knowledge, which since I am retired now, the AI, I had no opportunity to go into the detail. Of course, we can read, but when you practically do it, you can remember much better. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Now we will have 2 questions from the Zoom audience. Since there are no questions in the chat box, if someone is willing to put a question, please put it in the chat box.
Sabin, Swati here. Can I just add one thing? We spoke about the ethical issues, but the most important thing I think in AI will be the regulatory issues and the legal issues, which we as nurses should come forward and be the advocates for both the patients and for the nurses. Because this thing only we can think about, nobody else is going to talk about. So when we are going to plan for data scientists or AI related courses, I think this medico-legal aspect of robots and AI technology we should add in our nursing administration courses also. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. I would like to thank all the panelists in voiceover panel. As voice of leaders, thank you, Madam Balekar, Dr. Swati, Ms. Madhura, Ms. Pravina, and Ms. Meenal Rani. Thanks a lot for your expert opinions. It was enlightening and enriching. Thanks a lot. I hand over to Madam Deepa Satadekar for the conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you, Sabin. So finally, we are through the very elaborate and informative sessions that we had on day 1 of our conference. And I'm sure everyone has deeply imbibed into them, the basics of AI. And tomorrow when we come back on this platform, the knowledge of basics is definitely going to help us when it comes to implementation. Just a brief vote of thanks for the day. I thank our dignified guest for gracing the inaugural function. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the senior alumni, our eminent speakers across the globe, and all dear participants for being a part of today's plenary sessions. Before we close for the day, we shall all rise for the national anthem.
भारत जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे। भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
So goodbye to all till we meet again tomorrow on this virtual platform. Good night and have a great day to those on the other side of the globe. So thank you once again from the organizers.
Please come tomorrow by 3:30 p.m. Don't miss the welcome dance by some of our alumni who are from abroad. Thank you.
Thank you to one and all.
Thank you, Shobha ma'am. Thank you, Nancy ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you,
Thank
Deepa.
you, Shaila ma'am. Thank you, my panel.
Thank you,
Thank
Shaila
you,
ma'am. Thank you, Madhura. Thank you,
Shobha ma'am,
Deepa
can you
ma'am.
please